Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to A Drink with Crazy. How's it going? It's finally Friday, and I am so glad to see everybody in the chat. I have a lot of hellos to say really quickly, and our guests will be joining us here in just a few. So without any further ado, let's go to the chat. If you are a part of Kikomon's bingo to get the Isom cover C or the oh snap, we have already got people. Daniel P. Riley, what's going on, good sir?
Good evening. How's it going?
Not bad, man. How are you doing? I was just getting ready to say hello to the chat while everybody files in. So you mind saying hi to the chat with me?
Howdy, folks.
Hi to the chat. Oh, by the way, you will be able to shill your stuff. I do have links for your website already down in the description below. At least I tried. Hopefully it's your website. All right, we got Kristen Colebrook. He says, cheers for blood. Maybe. Aragmar Virillion. It sucks that I am sick. I wanted to be here. Sir, you need to get healthy. Don't worry about it. But I believe you are an author that I want to talk to on this show. Trippy Soul. Because I have a poll up right now. So should we call it Iron Age Nights or, Iron Age Night? I don't know. That's a moon. I don't, I like the moon one, Nights, because there's like, I don't know. I'm not like the knight. I'm like the guard of the Iron Age, but I don't know. It's like campfire. We're sitting down talking about all the knights of the Iron Age. That's kind of how I view it. So he said the Knights is a serial Experiments Lane reference, but you didn't know that. He's absolutely right. I didn't know that. Anthony Rondinelli, what's going on, good sir? Diogenes of Sinope says, hail. Thank you so much. Rollin Yanzi says, hi, it's great to be in this chat, and I am glad to have done an entry in the Iron Age writing prompts. Dude, good for you. And
fantastic.
Special congratulations for ironage.media when he got mentioned on Friday Night Tights tonight. So Christian Colebrook says, sup, Frequency Studios, how are you doing? Massive Panda. Oh, got it. Jumped again. And Massive Panda, what's going on? Nice to have you here. Shay says, Shay says, hello. Drake the Duelist, 2 streams in a row. Yeah, were you on Friday Night Tights? Or were you on this? I don't know what you mean right there. So what's the, Massive Panda, so what's the drink of the evening? My drink of the evening is something I have not had before. This is Single Speed Brewing. This is a raspberry punch fruited sour. So let me take a sip because I love my raspberry sours. I hope this is good. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not the best I've had, but it's definitely drinkable. Billy Bobsack, his first one. What do you mean, Billy Bobsack? There was a lot of other people here. Kikomon, show you Kikomon. Diogenes of Sinope, Knights get swords. Yeah, well, yeah. First Angel, hail. Isidro Lopez Irwin, how are you doing, man? I am glad to see so many people here early. Wow, it seems like you guys are coming in, so I am definitely glad to have everybody here. Daniel, how have you been, man? How was your last week?
Doing well. Yeah, it's been a busy week. I had some plumbing issues to attend to in the house, but other than that, it's been
fun.
It's been awesome. Oh yeah, it's always something around the house.
As a person who is living in his second house, yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, this is my second
too. So what have you been working on this last week? Whatever, outside of the plumbing issues. Anything interesting? Anything good? Anything to talk about?
Well, I've completed 1.5 Iron Age media story prompts over the course of the week, trying to get myself a little ahead of schedule. And I'm looking at doing a reformat of my first fantasy trilogy, The Tales of Halcyon. Got in contact with a illustrator that I know, Ian Wilson, and we're in talks to do maybe 10 to 20 illustrations for a new compendium version of The Tales of Halcyon.
Wow. Wow. That's going to be a lot of work.
Yeah.
That's going to be a ton of work.
It was my
but
first.
That's awesome to hear, man. Get after it. Seriously.
Yeah. It was my first set of books. So, they're kind of the baby. I've got to take good care of them every couple of years.
Right. Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, I feel the same way about songs I wrote. Frequency Studios comes in for $5, slaps it on the bar, says take my money. No message, just $5. Thank you so much. Tip your bartenders well, ladies and gentlemen. And I will be your bartender tonight. I'm a terrible bartender. I was really bad. Like I was like one of those young bartenders that like the manager who was over 21 had to be there. So they were like, hey, make me something. I'm like, whatever. I'm like, I can't drink any of this here. I'll give you something that sounds good.
And now in this format, the virtual bartender just drinks all the drinks.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. Are you calling me an alcoholic, sir? Well, I'm glad to have you back here, man.
Yeah,
I'm glad you wanted to come on, and hopefully this I am looking to build this into something magnificent. So yeah, I want to wait until Richard gets here, and probably around about 6:20 Bryan Asher will be on. We may have to fill the time in that and talk to the people, but so some exciting things that have happened in the last week. I may as well just go ahead and fill the chat in. Exciting things that happened for me in the last week. I was on the John De La Rose stream, and I got to meet Gabe El Taib, Mike S. Miller, and Mike Robert. I can't remember his name. I know who he is, and I cannot remember his name. Comic Legends. I was basically on a panel of comic legends, right? And so
Amazing.
The next day, or maybe it was the same day, I go on and do my own live stream because I'm like, crap, I can't think of a video. I don't have the time because I went on this other live stream. So I go on, and then John De La Rose pops in the stream, and I'm like, hey, dude, what's going on? Thanks for being here. Like, hey, if you want to come on, man, you can come on. Like, I'll give you the offer because he offers it to me, and I was just trying to be polite. And he's like, yeah, I'll come on for a minute. So I shoot him the link. He brings Mike S. Miller into the stream. It was Tuesday night. That's what night it was. Yeah. So he brings Mike S. Miller. So I can say that I've had a comic book legend on my channel. So that was super, super exciting. In other news, I got my Burst Angel down in the chat says my husband published his first book. Oh yeah. Very much congratulations. Well, Fantastic. If he published his first book, then I need to know where to find it. Burst Angel, if you are on the Gilded, you can private message me, or you can message me on Twitter. Some people message me through Facebook and Instagram. That's the weird one because those are the ones I don't pay attention to, but it's there. So, but yeah, no, if he's got a book out, let's fill me in. Let me know. Let's talk about it. I want to know. 365 interesting. 365 infantry. Evening, gang. Knocking back a shock of fireball. Oh. And knocking out a short story. Keep on upping the irons. Yes, we will. Static 2020 is down there. How are you doing, good sir? Billy Batson, The War of the Billies, Kikomon Reborn. Why will be the greatest animated movie of all time. Yeah, we've got Billy Batson and Billy Bobsack. They're at war with each other over Dragon Ball. It's quite interesting to watch. It was very, very interesting.
Every Friday, battle to the death.
Oh, dude, it's because one of them, and it's usually Billy Batson, and he's just like, Dragon Ball GT is greater than Dragon Ball Super. And then the chat just goes. I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to stay out of this one. Although I tend to agree that Dragon Ball GT didn't treat the characters terrible. Ram is in the chat. He says never mention Fireball again. Yeah, Fireball is not whiskey. Oh man.
Far better
It's gonna
choices,
be a
365.
fun night. So I am absolutely excited. There it is, Billy Bobsack. He's already starting in on it. Yep, I mentioned. Damn it, I mentioned it this week. I can't really be mad. So while we're here, I have to mention. Okay, so Kikomon, right? Kikomon, you know him. You know Kikomon. He is down in the chat. I have to pull up a private message from Kikomon because I told him that I would at least read this out when I had a chance on the stream. So if you are a part of Kikomon's bingo, okay, names that have been read out already or said on the stream for the bingo. Christian Colebrook, DBZ Super is fan fiction. He agrees. He agrees for $2. Thank you so much, Kristen Colebrook. And yeah, it really seems like that. I'm not even a Goku fan, and I'm appalled at how they're treating Goku. It's really, really bad. So the names that I have said for the bingo on the live stream is A Drink with Crazy, obviously, because me. Agent of Zalem, Convoy Bebop, Diogenes of Sinope, or just Diogenes, Godseed, all right, James Crate, Catherine, Catherine Francis, Kikomon, Metalhead Maiden, that's my wife Rose, so you'll see her pop in there. Monty, he is known as Monty Herms here on YouTube. Static 2020, the Toxic Crusader, Tim Allen of YouTube, you'll see Tim Allen in here, and Trippy Soul. Now, the names come from the members in my Gilded, so if you guys are in the Gilded, your names could potentially be bingo stuff. And yes, if you're saying yes, so if you are, you can't say bingo like that. If you guys do get a bingo from me reading all of your names, you need to go to Kikomon in Gilded and you need to private message him. And he's gonna have to figure out how to sort that out. So if he gets like 5 of them in a row, I guess he's gonna have to figure out who wins, which usually bingo is just the first one that wins. So, and you guys stand a chance. First place wins the Documon cards, which are the exclusive only to the campaign Ripperverse merch, and also the cover C. He has a cover C that he is also giving away. So, definitely, if you guys are interested in that, Kikomon said he wants to give some stuff away. So, go join Kikomon's bingo in the Gilded. I guess it would be a good time to. If I was a professional, to maybe share some of those links in the chat. Is that how we're supposed to do this?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I'm gonna try to do that. So there is my Gilded server, and if you guys also want to support me over on Locals, you guys can do that. Now, if you guys also just want fucking YouTube notifications, you can also go to Locals, because that is where I post up. Because if you're tired of YouTube not notifying you and you just sign up for my Locals, you don't have to pay. It's free. You don't even have to engage. You can just sign up and just have your account there and just leave the notifications on. And every day or whenever I post a video, you will get a notification. Kikomon for $2 is verifying live. Yeah, so he is sitting there, and if it's a name that needs to be checked on that, he is verifying the names that are being read out. So Wrangler, what's going on? I made a Gilded account under the Frequency Studios handle. I just haven't figured out how to navigate it yet. No worries, man. Oh, so you're over there. Sweet. And thank you for being a member, Wrangler. I do appreciate it. Kikomon is also a member as well. Kristen Colebrook is a member. I want to call all of you guys out. Static 2020 is a member. I need to remember to do that and thank everybody for doing that. But I'm new at this and I'm a scrub. So that's where I'm at. Damn it. I think Iron Age Knights is going to win. Not like Nighttime Knights, but like Knights in Armor Knights. I really wanted the Knights one to win because I like the fire, like the idea of Iron Age Knights, just like it's nighttime, we're talking about it, we're engaged, but everybody's like, nope, we gotta go with the obvious mention.
Everybody likes swords. What can you do?
You guys are a bunch of simpletons. Could have been a cool play on words. I wanted to do the play on words, but
I can't say anything.
Well, yeah. Let's see. 365 Infantry says, for real though, glad to see you guys waving the banner of the killer new epoch. We'll keep you rocking in the background. Sweet. Yeah, dude. I'm anybody who says that they're gonna keep me in the background is awesome. Static 2020, it's your show. Do what you want. Yeah, I could do what I want, but like also you have to hoe yourself out on YouTube. That's the whole point. Hey, tell me what to do, please. I mean, that's what all those e-thoughts do, right? And they make millions. Millions.
I think it's for totally different reasons, though.
Shh. They don't need to know that. Don't tell them what the reasons are either. They'll leave here very quickly. Where'd the chat go? Well, Daniel started talking about e-thoughts and what they do for money, and well, the chat left. Wait a minute. I could give this guy $2 to talk to me, or I can give this hot lady $2 to Anywho, Christian Colebrook for $2. Have you seen Warhammer? As in what they're doing to Warhammer? I have only heard about it. I have not seen what they are doing, but I've heard that they're doing some messed up stuff with Warhammer. Yeah, who was I watching earlier this week that was talking about it? I think it was I don't know. No, it wasn't Clownfish. It was somebody though. It was somebody. Oh my goodness Lord, we have a new person. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome our special guest for the evening. Bryan Asher, how are you doing, good sir?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, not bad at all, man. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're just in here welcoming the chat, saying hello for the evening, getting ready. And guys, so a really quick shill for Bryan Asher. And Bryan, I need to apologize. I swear to you, the book was in good condition up until yesterday.
Yeah,
I accidentally left it on the arm of the couch, and our puppy decided that it was a really good chew toy. It is still readable. It's still, my wife saved it, thankfully. I'm about halfway through this. I've been trying to fit it in when I can. I do have to interrupt this introduction. Kikomon says, at Drake the Duelist won the first prize on bingo. Oh, congratulations, Drake. Wow, that went quick. He must have had a good bingo card, so he just won the Rip-Reverse Documon cards. So now we have second place prize up for grabs, which is the cover C. These
Congrats.
Are my supporters over on my Gilded. This is a Gilded event that's going on. So, but yeah, cool. I have been working my way through this, and I actually have just a few questions that popped out. That's not the whole book, God, no, but just 5 or 6 questions that jumped out at me. Good evening, Catherine Francis. How are you? Shay says hi. Hi, Shay. How are you? Shay. Anyway, and I have been talking about you on every live stream that I've been on because I really support what you're doing, and I really like your concept here.
Thank you.
And I like the fact that when you came out and you were like, hey, if you would read these, I'm open to criticism. And I like that you just flat out said, hey, I'm open to criticism. What you got? And I have a little bit of that, not much. No, it really isn't. It really isn't. And it's and I'll get into that a little later because I don't want to put the cart before the horse tonight. We are still waiting for one of our other co-hosts. I did tell him 8:30. I might have to make a hard 8 for this for the regulars. And then for, like Daniel and Iron Age Media. And then probably like a hard 8:30 for our guests because I'm a scrub and I still don't know how to do all this. This is all very brand new. Yeah. So, Bryan, how are you doing, man? How was your week?
It's been great. I have a lot of stuff going on the author front. Tomorrow, anybody who lives into Washington, Western Washington area, I'll be at the Grit City Comic Show in Tacoma, Washington at the Greater Convention Center. There's still tickets. I think if you buy them online now, they're like $10. They're really cheap. Kids under 10 are free. Very old school comic show. The whole show is based around being just like a very, very old style comic book convention. So it's a really, really fun place to be. And then I also just finished a couple new chapters on my third book. and also some preparatory work for a potential comic book that should hopefully be coming out in like January or February. So
That
it's
is
amazing.
awesome, man. That is awesome. Well, I am glad to hear that because you are the subject of tonight's video. And everybody, welcome Mike S. Miller into the stream. Mike and I go way back to like 3 or 4 days ago.
Amazing.
Long time.
You remember way back when I think you were drinking a Bush? I was like,
I have good beer tonight. My
Ooh.
wife picked me up a lot of good beers.
oh,
Oh,
very
nice.
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 Yeah, I was
Yeah,
wondering
that-
if you only drank trash.
Oh,
No. I only drink trash during the week.
You were
but on
drinking a
Fri-
Bud Light the other day. That's
Whoa.
literally water.
Oh,
Mine,
it- made by the
I have
same
an iced
company.
tea here that is stronger than Bud Light.
Okay. When I get paid on Fridays, I can afford not to be a poor for like a day.
Nice.
But once bills come out, I promptly get put back into the poor category. Talking Pulp Press for
that's a
$10.
choice, Royce. It's a choice.
I'm aware that it's a choice. Talking Pulp Press for $10 says, Brian's a good guy. Daniel's a good guy. I made serious sales the last few days, so here's money. I'd give you more, but already overspent on bourbon, ribeye, and books. I'll shut up now. Buy Brian's books.
See, he's
Hell
making
yeah.
good life choices.
Yeah.
Especially with that bourbon and ribeye. Ooh,
Yes.
oh, that makes
is
me
correct.
hungry.
Yeah. Sounds like Rob. That makes sense.
Yep. Oh, he's such a good guy. I gotta get him on here too. I haven't had. I need to stop being a poor. Oh, hey, by the way, so you know how you guys were shilling for everybody give me money so I can buy your book, Mike?
Yeah.
That's not even a lie. That's not even a lie.
How much did you make that stream?
Like $250.
Nice.
Anyway,
You can get the leather bound, bro.
no, because YouTube is like, hey, by the way, we have to send you this thing to your address because you're newly monetized. And until you get that thing, you can't
I
collect
remember
anything.
that.
Yeah. And they're like, yeah, it'll show up 2 to 4 weeks from now. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Like that.
250
8
on
days
the-
left on the campaign.
I know. Shush. No. Can you get Shad to just hold one for me? And just be like, can you just give him some time to unlock the YouTube pences, please?
No.
No, you don't have to do that. That was a joke.
Oh man,
that was
I'm like all excited because there's all this stuff. I had a long conversation today with somebody, like out of the blue. He's been gone for like 3 months, and he calls me. He's like in an RV on his way back from Honduras, and he calls me just like super randomly, and he's telling me all his adventures and stuff, and what's going on with his family. He was in jail. He got his pontoon taken by the federales. It's all this crap, and then like at the end of the conversation, I'm like, you know what? I've been talking to about this thing, and I really want to talk about it, but I can't because it's like all of this stuff coagulating at the same time, right? Like you ever have those moments in life? And then I'm like, I don't know if you would know anybody that might help with this sort of a situation, and then I explain this situation, and I'm being super vague, and then he's like, I have this, I've been setting up this, I could totally fund this whole thing. I'm in. And I'm like, okay, let's go.
Yes, please, good sir. Yes, please.
Kikomon. It was just ordained, man. Friggin'
Kikomon for $5. Updating names live in Gilded. I'm assuming he bolded letters were called out. Yes. So we just gave away some Documon cards, the Documon Rippaverse exclusive cards. So by the way, Bryan is our special guest this evening. We will be talking about his novels, one of which my puppy tried chewing up, but my wife saved it.
It was apparently delicious.
Yeah. Never thought to lick it to find out, but thankfully I have dogs.
Well, I have a son, and during a live stream, I was like, my son's special needs, so this is how this story goes. We're in a live stream. We've got 3 kids in here. We've got everybody else is basically in the house, and I'm like, what's burning? And I'm
Oh,
like,
no.
that smells like wood, right? And it's like, it's not something mommy's cooking. And so I'm like, I pop my head out of the door. I'm like, what is burning? And they're like, oh, Jojo. He's like lighting stuff on fire in the kitchen, like my daughter, a book and my daughter's script. And I'm like, do I have to be like constantly monitoring the house? There's six
answer
other
is
people
yes.
in this house.
No, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Who is the man of the house?
Yes.
Who is the man of the house?
I was on a live stream. Do you want me not to live stream? Is that
Dude, I had to go break up a dog fight the other day on a live stream. It wasn't even like a real dog fight. They were just really loud and pissy with each other.
it happens?
So, hey, and the other man, the myth, the legend.
There he is.
Hey.
Hello.
He is.
Nice.
All
Good
right.
evening, everyone.
Swap everybody around. So everybody else has had a chance to somewhat introduce themselves, except Mike. He just comes in and just starts talking. You know how Mike is.
Yeah, sorry. I'm Mike.
No, you're good, man.
I'm
I didn't
fairly
actually.
certain most of us know who you are.
I'm
Oh.
also fairly certain that is the case.
Cool.
So, Iron Age Media, what has been going on with your last week, and how busy have you been on that website? Because you've been getting a lot of shout outs, man. Which, by the way,
I've been,
congratulations on your shout out on FNT tonight.
Yeah, I know. I was really pleased.
Oh, really? I didn't
Uh,
see that.
Yeah.
I heard about that, and I went back and I had to find it while I was dealing with the kids, and I was playing lifeguard in the bathroom with the kids, and so
Mike
I got
was just talking about doing similar things with his kids.
yeah, I was like
Yeah.
one ear listening, and yeah, it's awesome. I'm glad to have the shout outs for sure. But yeah, so I run the site ironage.media, and my name is Richard, and I have been just trying to put this thing together as quick as I can, and I've had a ton of amazing support from the community, including Bryan and Daniel here, and as I say, Royce, you've shouted me out as well. So it's I think it's time. Mike, you might have to write an article about the what is it, the
Shadow of the Conqueror.
Shadow of the Conqueror. I was going to say Conqueror of the Shadow, and I was like, that is
I would
definitely
be
not
happy
right.
to. We just crossed $352,000, so we're
There you
Wow.
go.
Wow. That
Yeah.
shot up
We're at
quick in the last few hours.
Friday
We're
night
at
tights
three-
right now.
Yeah, no, I was watching. I was watching.
Yeah, you're on
Well,
against him, Tim Pool, and Salty Cracker.
Oh, I'm
So,
aware.
Good,
know.
good time slot.
Well, so I chose this time slot because generally, so Tim Pool and Salty Cracker and FNT they have some crossover, but not like total crossover. And I chose this time slot because usually Friday Night Tights is wrapping up about now.
All right.
Give or take, 15, 20 minutes or a couple hours, whatever. I don't know. Those guys
Yeah.
can go forever.
I think
Yeah,
they
sometimes
might have
it's
just
like, holy
invited
smoke.
Mahler on, which will drag it out for another 6 hours.
Oh God. That's if he hasn't had his coffee. If Mahler's had his coffee, Friday Night Tights will turn into Saturday morning tights. So, well, I am glad that everybody is here this evening. It's been an awesome week. Oh, Iron Age Media also, Shad shouted us out on his live stream last night. I woke up to that notification this morning.
Yeah,
So-
I
Yeah, I
was
heard
actually
about that.
looking for his live stream, but it wasn't showing up for some reason.
It was on Night's Watch. It wasn't
Yeah.
on Shadowversity. It was on his
Oh,
Night's Watch
okay,
channel, and it was
okay.
at 5 hours and 46 minutes was the timestamp. And he gave both of us a pretty decent shout out. Ripperverse
man, that's
News, Reviews,
awesome.
and Theories. How are you doing? All right. So as we have a couple of authors and just fans down here, the subject of tonight's live stream, I am echoing from somewhere. So
Echo.
yes, I don't know who it is.
FYI, I threw a $20 super chat at Gary to tell people that you were going to be doing this show. So I don't know
Are
if he's
you
read
serious?
it yet.
Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, this is
So you'll get a paid for shout out.
that's fucking thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
He
So-
might cry, just so you know.
Well, I know you're not going to get.
I
I can't
you're
super
not
chat you because you won't get money for like 3 months. So.
I know, right? I know. We said, like, guys, I'm worth like 1.5 mil. Can't touch a dime of it, but I'm worth it. Anyway, so So here's how we're going to roll with this. As of right now, chat, unless a super chat comes up, because I don't know how to save them, so I want to get to them. Unless a super chat comes up, I'm going to basically ignore the chat for now, because we're going to get into tonight's subject, talking about Bryan Asher and his novels that he's writing and the world that he is creating. I want all of us to get a chance to kind of pick Bryan's brain about the world that he is working on. Guys, don't worry if you haven't read any of it. I'm about halfway through his first book, and I've done some research as well myself to give us a good jumping off point. So once we get to a natural breaking point in the conversation, or we have all comfortably decided that we're all just ADD enough and we've gone so far off topic, at that point, I will return to the chat and start talking and engaging with the chat with everybody else. But for now, let's get into wherever the hell I put these books. Right now, the assassin of, how do you say this? Malkoze? Malkoze. Okay, I have been reading that wrong.
It's all good. It's all good.
I was like, I tried it a few different ways, and I was like, I'm gonna go with Malkoze. So the assassin of Malkoze. Don't drink too much. Don't drink too much before you go live, people. The assassin of Malkoze. I've been having a really fun time with this, and actually, as somebody who has been wanting to introduce some stories to my kids, although there's some light cussing in here. My kids hear me say cuss words all the time. I would actually recommend these for if you don't care about cuss words. I personally, like my 10-year-old, I think at least this first book, I'm not all the way through it. So unless you go, no, once you get to the end, don't go there. I'm actually okay with this. So that makes me really happy. But let's start with the first question that I have that I'm really interested in. You decided to design a world of floating continents, and on each continent, it seems that the cultures of each continent have very, very different systems in which they live. So in the Assassin of Malkoze, they have a system that's based more around enchantments and aura that's emanated from the body. And in the treasure, right? The treasure of Lorev.
Yep, got it.
Yep. Sorry, I'm terrible at this. In the treasure of Lorev, it seems that what was mentioned, that continent likes more engineering and mechanical means of success instead of the enchantment. What Bryan, and you're going to write more books in this series. So what gave you the idea to do one world, different continents, and totally different systems of magic or accomplishment? How does that all work together in your mind?
Sure. There's a few points I'd say brought that together. So the first is that I have a really close friend, and me and him would always bounce ideas off each other. We had planned to do a comic book together for years, but things didn't totally work out. So we had always talked about if you had sort of this world of just like all these different close little planets or continents and kind of this egg-shaped atmosphere. And because we didn't get to create the world we wanted to, I decided to make the intercontinents like sort of an homage to something that I had planned with my friend. And so that was where sort of the idea of all these different little floating worlds came from. And then my hope is that down the road, we either A, can create things together, or B, he gets to make his own stuff, that maybe there's an opportunity for things to cross over here and there. I also like the look of like different floating continents. I think it just looks really cool. So that's another aesthetic reason. And I wanted a place where, I mean, you see this in multiple things. I mean, Marvel's the easy example. You have Guardians of the Galaxy on one side doing their crazy stuff, and then you have, Spider-Man, saving grandma down in the streets of New York, right? So I don't think it's too far off to say that, in one world you can have this magic, this enchantment, this alchemy. They live a certain way. And then in another place, it's near future. They use cell phones. They have motorcycles. Just like our own world now. I mean, you have countries that don't have telephone poles and don't have internet and live a very specific way, while, me living close just outside of Seattle, it's, sort of like this big, technology, haven. So I don't think it's too hard for me to have those two very different types of worlds be in the same place and have them know about each other. And the ability to have them play off of each other in different ways is also something that's really exciting for me as an author.
Oh, that's really cool. Are they the same? Are they the same world, or so they're just continents in the same world, right? Is that
Yeah, so the
Okay.
first book has like a pretty good cover. So you can see like there's these little floating guys here. So each one is its own sort of unique world within the same universe. So that's why this one, you can see, I'm trying to line up on the camera perfect there. You can see there's these little floating continents. So each one is its own place. Some are bigger, some are smaller, some are, as big as our country, some are really tiny. I don't get very specific on my descriptions of size because I like to leave enough mystery and enough room for things to change and grow. If I get too specific, it pigeonholes me and I can't adjust and grow as the lore grows. But like, for instance, this place is a fantasy book. Malkozeh is all about sort of standard medieval style fantasy, whereas the Treasure of Lorev is like a cyberpunk treasure hunt. You've got these very modern landscapes, similar to you'd see like in Korea or China. That was a lot of the basis for the inspiration of the look.
hold it up one more time.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So you can kind of see it's a much more modern landscape. I'll flip around to the back so that you have a very different near future world, just like how, our world is very futuristic. And then you may have, countries in other continents that are much more rural, much more agricultural. They live a very different way. They know these other places exist, but they live their way. So Malkozeh and Lorev don't always play well together because, they have very different ideals and very different ways of running themselves. But the magic and the technology are able to kind of counter each other out. I don't really have them war against each other, but as far as like lore goes, they're the two most powerful intercontinents because one is sort of the best at magic and the other is the best at technology.
I actually really like that. That was way better
Thank
than
you.
what I thought it was going to be. Well, that's what drew me in. That was actually when I went and checked out your website weeks ago, which I actually had to go back and find. What's up?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. No. That's what this is
for. What makes the continents float?
Just magic.
Don't ask too many questions.
Because that's what Telos is in Shadow of the Conqueror too. Their world is floating continents too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's got a whole magic system too. So
that's one of those things you just kind of leave it up to the mind of the reader. Like, me personally, I'm like, okay, well, the continents are floating. Well, why? I'm like, okay, well, maybe they're on a gas giant that didn't used to be a gas giant that kind of expanded. And then I get all scientific with it. And like the gas is thick enough that it's actually holding, I don't know, just something stupid like that. Like I think,
are they floating above a planet or are they floating above? What's the whole?
They're all floating sort of individually staggered in different areas. I do in my second book, I don't want to give too much away because there's a lot of things I'm working towards in the future. But there are some sort of like old folk tales that some characters talk about in my second book that alludes to some possible history. And maybe they weren't all once kind of floating in all these different staggered areas. That's why on the cover of my first book, the two at the top are kind of staggered just to show you sort of the layout. And then I have a lot of different material that I'm planning on diving into related to that. And there's also in my short story that I put on Iron Age Media, there's a little bit of Easter eggs and hints around some of that stuff too. So the way my material...
I'm gonna do a lore dive on your stuff. I have a strong... I love lore. Lore makes me happy.
So for me,
I was going to ask about the Spike of Foundation, I believe is the one. It's under the obelisk prompt. So
So everything I'm doing is standalone, but it's all part of the intercontinent. So every little piece can be read independently. The more you read, the more you understand sort of these things happening in the background. Brandon Sanderson's a big influence for me. And so I think like with the Cosmere, he has all these different books. And if you read more of them, you kind of learn more, but you don't have to. That's sort of the space I like playing in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I agree.
I was going to say, I also feel like, there's, I definitely like the lore, but with certain genres, I think you don't have to like be as upfront with it. Like sci-fi, especially kind of like the low sci-fi, you really gotta like, people want to know what your particular excuse is for this or that, basically, what do I want to call it, like a mechanic, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Mhm.
And so people are pretty concerned about it. The more you move into either like high sci-fi or whatever, like the farther you go in those directions, the more I think people are willing to give a pass. Which isn't to say that it isn't. I kind of like whenever there's like a set of rules that characters have to operate in, and the more you can, like, as a reader, know about them, the more sometimes I find myself getting invested in it, just because I'm like, I don't know, that's kind of like one of my preferences within like the science fiction genre. But
It's funny you saying that now makes me wonder. I've never heard an explanation of how blasters work in Star Wars.
But do you need to is the question.
Well,
yeah. I'm a vague guy. I like being vague.
So I haven't needed to so far, but now I do.
Well, okay, but so my thing here is it's kind of like the Epstein drive in The Expanse. And I know The Expanse from watching the Amazon series before it turned into total dog crap. But the Epstein drive was just said, hey, this guy knew how to make a drive and it went really fast. Mm-hmm. And then when people would ask him questions, they're just like, what makes it do this? And they're like, guys, we're not nuclear engineers. We're not mechanical engineers. Just there are things in stories as the reader, you just have to accept. And I think that when you start getting into the whole, I, as the reader, have to explain everything, one, you pigeonhole your own enjoyment of the story. And two, you start to kind of rob the intent from the author himself. And I think that's a critical mistake that a lot of people can do.
Well, then again, you never understood from the trilogy how a lightsaber worked. But from the books, you learn that there's certain kyber crystals and they do all that stuff. And then that becomes a really cool, fun aspect of the lore, because then you can understand why Sith lightsabers are red, right? And why Kylo Ren's is doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
And all that
Kikomon for $5 says, keep playing bingo until third place. Less appealing reward, but still freebies will be announced once first and second place are confirmed. Thank you so much, Kikomon. He is doing the bingo over in the Gilded. So if you guys are, we're well underway at this point. So, but if you guys want to join the Gilded, go for it. All right. But no, absolutely. Sorry, I did say that I would interrupt for Super Chats. I did say that. I'm not being a dick. I announced my dickishness before. It's kind of like that whole thing. It's not this if you say surprise. I'm not going to actually say that joke on you. Hey, you guys got it. Oh, you're all
that was all I had to say anyways. But now I'm curious about blasters, because I know that they use kyber crystals for the Death Star, but it's like, does every freaking blaster have a kyber crystal in it? Is that the power source?
I think what
I'm wondering about it.
If you
I know the exact lore behind blasters. It's that back post World War II, they had a bunch of grease guns, and they just happened to hang around until the Empire got a hold of them, and they welded some cones on the front of them to make them look more sci-fi.
Yeah,
that's the official lore.
And then they found a stash of old photography equipment, and that's how they made lightsabers. So got that Graflex.
All right. So I have a question for the assassin of Malkozai, right? Malkozai?
Nailed it.
Anyway, I can't say that word. I have trouble saying words. I'm an online drunk, people. Well, I'm sorry. I'm an online alcoholic. I don't get drunk. If I start to feel it, I stop. Got to have limits, right? Anyway. So the one thing that I did want to ask that I'm still trying to figure out, and maybe I'll figure it out by the time I get to the end of the first book. Is the enchantment in the materials in the first book, or is it in the person?
That's a really good question. It's more in the materials.
Okay.
It's sort of like an alchemy system, a potion crafting system. The aura is within themselves. Yeah.
So the aura doesn't affect the enchantments?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. And I'm going to leave that question there.
Dun,
dun, dun, dun. But yeah, that was, because I've been reading it and I'm going, this is all really interesting. And it seems like there's a lot of, mathematics. not that you're spelling out mathematics, but there's a lot of formulas, there's a lot of recipes, so to speak, that seem to be specific. But although you may be following the same recipe, each individual person can kind of do their own little twist on it. I actually just read past where I don't want to give too much away, but where the daughter, I will say, makes that little hidden cubby thing that can be that can become a map. That was really cool, and it was very different than what was shown to her by her teachers. And I thought, oh, and that's really where that question kicked in for me, was like, okay, is it the enchantment in the materials, or is it in the person? And it sounds just like everybody has ingredients to a cake, but everybody can add their own little different things and make their own flavor.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment, I would say, because it's like baking, cooking. Gordon Ramsay's going to make a way better apple pie than I'm going to make, right? Even if we have the same materials.
If you talk like that, yeah.
Yeah. So that is a very fair assessment. I would just their aura and that portion of their internal magic doesn't necessarily affect the enchantment. It's more just how good you are at crafting with those materials.
Okay. How does... Don't want to ask that question.
It's all good. Ask away.
No, because that's my lore hunting brain. I don't want. No,
that's fine. So I'm happy to give fake answers.
I'm happy to give fake answers. Great. 5 years from now, I'm gonna be like, you told me on a live stream. Anyway, no. So, all right. So the storytelling. You chose a very, very easy way to follow a lot of these characters, where each chapter follows a different character throughout. You could have easily done it through the lens of maybe one person and followed them through as they kind of meet others. What made you choose to have so many characters that you follow in this world? Why? I think I'm at like 5 or 6 characters right now.
Yeah. Partly just the way my brain is. Part of the reason I did a fantasy book and then a sci-fi right after is that my brain really jumps around at times. So sort of the goal I put to myself is, there are multiple character stories I want to tell in a fantasy setting. How do I do it quickly at a fast pace and then bring the story together? And it was a really fun goal for me to set out. I feel I accomplished it. I think you'll see at the end how everything kind of ties in together. But that was why. So some of the characters may only have like a chapter here or there, but it introduces them, then fits them in later in the story. There's basically 4 main characters. There's your villain, and then there's the 3 heroes. And those 4 stories coming together is like the main portion of the book. But most of it is just that I felt it was a more fun way to tell the story, and also allowed me to keep the pace going faster and faster because I was able to kind of segment these specific moments, so that when you're with this one character, you could really dive into everything they do and know and understand. So I don't have to take as long to tell the story, because I can really dive right into where they are in that moment.
No, I definitely caught that coming across for sure. Do you guys have any questions for Bryan, or do you just want me to keep talking?
Well, I was curious. I haven't been able to catch up on everything, but I won't ask about the Spike Foundation, but what I will ask about is...
Damn it, now I have to go read that.
Yeah, you really should. There's definitely a little hint in there regarding the intercontinents, but with these stories, are there going to be characters that are carried across through multiple books, or is it kind of a... You know what I mean? Are they in the same time frame? How closely related are these books? Oh,
that's a very good question. They all happen with like very close to each other as far as like time frame, right? Like the Assassin of Malcozé and the Treasure of Lorev are those events are going on at a similar time. It's not like one's in the future, one's in the past. That's why I'm not usually too specific with the time, since they're kind of similar times. I will have recurring characters and recurring stories. For instance, the characters in this book that you're seeing on the screen there, I have already in my head at least 2 to 3 more stories with those characters that I'll eventually get back to. And then for my second book, I already have other stories that I'm planning on telling with those existing characters, and those will be kind of your main like big novels. And then the way I want to expand out from that is that I'll have little individual small comic books that'll be sort of like side stories of characters from these books. So I purposely leave certain people like trapped or left behind. Like in, for instance, in the Treasure of Lorev, there's a character who kind of gets left behind, and the area is basically like if you took a big like mega resort and then left it in the desert to mold, and the gangs have taken it over. And so there's a character I leave behind there who's sort of ancillary. He's not a big like main character, but I plan on doing something with him. There's also another character from the Treasure of Lorev who kind of like is involved and then sort of like fades away at the end, and I plan on doing certain things with him. So I think it'll be kind of a way to have these little supplement stories that are like really short, quick stories that bring people in to my universe. But like I said, the more you read, it'll connect. But if, for instance, you just pick up one book, you're not alienated by having to read like a ton of other material.
Yeah, I gotcha. So
well done. Give me 1 second, Iron Age Media. I apologize. This is a super chat and a question for our guest. Are you planning on stories where the villain wins or an overpowered character like in anime or manga?
I do have a story with the Assassin of Malkozeh characters where there is a much larger villain being alluded to in sort of the undercurrent of the story. And he potentially can come back and wreak some real havoc. So, yeah. I don't know about overpowered characters, but.
Awesome. Rich, you can keep going. Sorry, man.
All right, no problem. No, I was going to say, would you classify your writing style or kind of the nature of these stories more character driven than like say plot driven? You know what I mean? Like it's more about, that's what I'm sensing. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think in the first book, it was definitely more character driven because each of them kind of like the 4 people have sort of their own journeys, and then that like forces them to the end. And I really like diving into the characters, and I've changed certain things within these stories based on decisions I think the characters would have made versus decisions I thought they would have made. So once they start to become really real to me, there are certain turns I've had to make that have made a lot more sense and benefited the story. So yeah, I would say I'm more character driven. I will say the second book, as far as like the plot line, because it's just like a band of heroes and the villain sort of on the race against time, that one is a little more tight and plot driven.
Okay, I was just curious. I'm excited to hear about some of these, and hopefully, hopefully some more prompts will open up the door and give you a good layup to tell some of these stories.
I love the prompts. That is like, it is such a cool thing. When you posted the one with the obelisk, I was like, I gotta get a story, and I gotta get a story in. I didn't want to sort of miss that window, especially since I'm pretty deep into my third book, and I knew if I didn't do it now, then I'd be so deep in the third book I wouldn't have time. So,
well, I was gonna say, people keep saying like, thanks for the prompts, and I'm just like, man, I get like a stream. It's at this point in time, it's starting to get to the point where I'm actually going to have to make a concerted effort to keep up, but it's been fantastic. And I was gonna say, I appreciate it. Especially whenever it ties in. There was so much there. I was like, oh man, I've really got to read these books now.
I'm glad you liked it. Yeah.
So one of the, okay. I said this earlier. It's not a bad thing. So I noticed, and maybe this is just a personal preference thing of mine, but either way, I noticed in the very beginning of the Assassin of Malkozeh that you tended to be more descriptive to the reader in a way that kind of jumped out at me, like, well, he could have worded that differently, and as you go on through the book, you actually get less descriptive, but I will say this. you're the same amount of descriptive, but with less words.
Hmm,
And so to me, that spoke to me as you were writing this, it seemed like your writing was evolving and you were building as a writer as you were writing this. Did you feel that was happening while you were writing the book, or have you even noticed that?
I would definitely say so. Partly because it was my first book, which means it took a few years to get done.
Mhm.
So that's a very, very fair assessment. I know that that was actually one of the main critiques I got, is that there were certain times they felt I could have described more. But I was trying to be more concise, because there were times when I felt I got a little flowery with the prose, just because sometimes I kind of like to. But that balance is always tough, especially when you're trying to do like a really tight 250-page story. But yeah, I would
Absolutely.
definitely agree with that. And I, once I finished everything and I had like all the stuff done, then I went back and did a lot of editing and changing. And there were like whole paragraphs I was deleting, and like the second chapter, I pretty much rewrote a ton of that, because originally it just didn't make sense. So there were, a lot of little things that probably slipped through the cracks over that time. Just, growth as an author. But I don't regret it, and I love it, because that's how you learn. So
Yeah, writing is a journey.
Yeah, and absolutely kudos to anybody who makes it. That's
Mhm.
yeah. I haven't yet. So I'm like, hats off to all of you guys,
Mhm. Yeah. No, it's coming up with stories at all in any way. Like I said, I did the GarageBand thing for a lot of years, and when even just trying to figure out a story to put into a 4-minute long song is hard enough. I can't imagine doing, a 250-page novel. That just I mean, I guess I could imagine it, but that's about all I can do.
It's a labor of love. You have to
Yeah,
really want it to see it through.
It's a lot easier to do a comic or a screenplay on the writing end.
yeah.
Okay,
yeah. So many less
so-
words. So many less words. I didn't realize
So
until I did
is
my
that-
first comic script, and then I was
I
like,
mean,
this is
less
easy
words,
mode.
but you still have to put a ton of background into it too.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. But just the physical, like I can do a strong comic script a lot quicker than I can do a novel. So yeah, that's probably why I'll be transitioning to a lot more of it. So I can get content out a lot quicker. That's the only hard part with the novels. With 2 kids, new job, it's hard to get a novel out even once a year, which is my current goal. So
Yeah. It sounds like you have a similar idea to what I'm doing with Legacy of Heroes, which is short stories and other interactive media that sort of expand your world for those that are interested in diving into it. And I love that idea. When I had that same thought, I was so excited to get started.
As long as you don't take the Halo approach, which is, hey, by the way, if you didn't buy this one obscure piece of media that we had, you're not going to know what's going on in the main piece of media that you're here for.
No.
What book are
definitely
you
not
talking about? No, it's this 3-page thing that you like. We sold it for like 50. But what? And I don't
Destiny with all
understand
the
the story
grimoire.
because
It was out for 2 hours and you missed it. Sucks
Yeah.
to be you.
hey, yeah, 343. I'm not going to get into that right now, but no, but I like the fact that you're saying that you're building this world, but you're trying to do it in a way that no matter what piece of media somebody buys, they're not going to be behind. They can kind of jump in as of right now at just about any point that you're currently planning.
Yep.
So that leads to the question, how big does it have to get to where you're going to have to say, guys, here's the chapter 1 group where if you don't want to get left behind, buy stuff in here before you move to the chapter 2 group. How big does this get before you get to that point?
That's a really interesting question.
It's a tough one.
I would say, I think honestly, when because I have a ton of stories in my brain for this stuff, I don't think there would ever be an issue not understanding any of the individual works until I get to a point where there's like maybe 2 or 3 within one series. So for instance, like my first book, once I get, the 3rd one out, people may want to read the first one just to understand the character's journey to get to the point they're at with like the 2nd and 3rd. Once those are done, I would say more like individual like tunnels. So if you're reading the Malcozé books, when I have more of those come out, then you'll probably need to maybe start somewhere. Or same with the Lore Rev books, hey, these are individual adventures, but if you read earlier, there's going to be some information and some little inside things that you're going to pick up on that maybe you won't appreciate as much later down the road. I would say that's probably where that would come into play.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I noticed with the chroniclers prompts for Iron Age Media that keeping specific details from one story to the next when each story revolves around a core set of characters, it kind of feels like spinning plates sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Drake the Duelist says continuity lockout is mostly a problem when you're a super long runner like American comic books or older anime used to be. If you have an ending planned, it's probably not going to be a big deal. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
It's a valid point.
I do tend to disagree with this whole never-ending story that seems to plague movies and modern media. Yeah. Oh my God. I hate it. I hate it. I can't stand it. Give me a solid ending. Give me a beginning, a middle, and an end. And when it's over, just let it stop. Like, I'm going to say this. John Wick 4 is going to suck. The action is going to be good. The action is going to be good, right?
Yeah.
The cinematography is going to be gorgeous. The story's going to suck. They lost the plot at the end of the third one. They should have called it good there, and they didn't. And they're running into the trap of the never-ending story.
Yeah.
And I hate it, and I want it to stop. We just got a super chat in from Kikomon, so give me just a second here. What I meant by overpowered characters is not plot armor. Manga is popularized by the main characters. We'll put this up on screen. Sorry, I've got multiple chat windows open here. Is by the main characters reincarnation into their RPG character who is often overpowered. Never seen that concept in the US.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thing.
Well,
Talking to Isekai, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't
like,
there's some
that?
component of that with what Rob Rhymes with Talking Pulp Press? I mean, I know I haven't actually read his stuff yet, but
the Dana the Destroyer stuff.
Yeah, I think that does have an isekai element to it.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get. But like, there's so many things that I have to buy at this point.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I need more hours in the day. I have a question for you about the intercontinents. Mm-hmm. In terms of the kind of the nature of the world. Are you going to be keeping it primarily to a couple continents, or is this kind of like a very loose series of stories, and it's kind of like your way of bundling a lot of things into the same lore? Mm-hmm. Or are you thinking about like let me put it this way. Are you going to try and put all, or at least the vast majority of the stories you have in your head into the intercontinents lore? Or are you thinking about like, okay, this is the intercontinents, and then this is my high fantasy series, and then this is, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of curious about your thoughts for the future.
Oh yeah, for sure. Right now what I'm doing, just the way my brain has kind of mapped everything out, is I'm expanding the intercontinents to sort of three major places. There's Malcozé, which is fantasy. There's Lore Rev, which is sci-fi, and the third book I'm working on right now is Montcroix, which they talk about in the first book, and that's horror. So that story is actually a vampire story, where there's basically a group of people who travel around this sort of lawless area that the monsters kind of occupy. Their order makes a move on the court of vampires. They lose, except for one, who is basically a sleeper agent left behind because they all like disguise themselves as vampires through potions. And so it's his story trying to escape from being caught in the vampires years later. Because I always love sleeper agent stories. So I was like, how do I do that in a new way? So that way I have fantasy, horror, sci-fi, and I can use those three worlds to tell my fantasy, horror, sci-fi stories. And that will be like as far as I get for now. And then as far as content outside the intercontinents, I do have a comic book that I don't have a script for, but I have a really, really strong lore and proof for that would basically be like a fantasy zombie story. of an intercontinent that used to be a part of this area, but broke off and spun off, and then sort of like a zombie plague ruined the magic. And now you've got kind of this story of this like fantasy zombie world. But I won't be able to touch on that for a little while. So I have it kind of in my back pocket in my folders. So vampires are awesome. Love it. I can make a cool announcement. I have secured the artist for my third book.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he does actually magic card art. He's really good. I don't want to say anything yet because he hasn't put any pen to paper. But I'm really excited. I basically my third book, I'm going chips all in. I've hired, he's a magic card artist, incredible with vampire work. He's just fantastic. I've got a really good editor lined up. The visuals and formatting, I'm going to have more character illustrations in the stories than I've ever had. So I'm doing more like with this book than I've done with any. And that's saying something considering even in my second book, I've got like, I'll show you here. I did a little, so like because I like being very visual with my books. So like in the second one, I had like newspaper articles that are interviews that help build the background for some of the characters that I don't have time to talk about. And like, for instance, when they text message, it actually is like a text message.
It's baller.
So in my third book, I'm getting even like more visual. So there's going to be a lot of really cool illustrations. I'm super pumped for when this third book gets done.
Yeah, I gotta catch up.
Yeah, me too. And I'm further ahead than you are.
Yeah. You can read them in any order. So
I'm just trying to read them right now.
Time.
I will have an audiobook for Malcazé. So
Excellent.
Ooh, that is awesome.
the narration is done. I just got to get it produced and put on the old Amazon. So a lot of stuff going on.
I might take you up on that.
Yeah.
Sadly, I made a promise to myself that I have been a lazy father who taught himself not to like to read when I was younger. And I didn't want my kids to have a dad who doesn't read. And I prayed to God that he would give me a reason to want to read again. And then all of a sudden, my channel started getting a lot of authors on it. I have no idea why. So I will not be taking you up on the audiobook thing, no matter how long it takes me to read your books. I will actually read them.
You said the other day you were a slow reader, right?
I'm an incredibly slow reader. We will all be very, very gray by the time I am done.
You know what you should try doing? This is what I had my son doing because like all the books he's got to read, there are public domains. They're on YouTube, right? Mm-hmm. Is I have him read the book at the same time he's listening to the audio at 2 times speed.
Interesting.
So he's tracking like
interesting life hack
way
there.
faster.
I want to try that.
Interesting. Yeah, that could be cool. I'll have to try that. I will say this. When I am not distracted by things, I can read fairly quickly. But I have 4 kids and dogs, and something is always breaking in my house. So
it's crazy because like have you ever seen one of those things where they
stupid
take
porn bot,
sentences, like entire things, and they just do one word at a time, and they flash them at microseconds, and you can understand everything as fast as they make it go. You can understand everything because you recognize every word. But for some reason, we can't drag our bloody eyeballs across a page at that kind of speed.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Another thing I do sometimes is music that matches the mood of the book. So like when I write, to make sure I don't get auditory distractions, if I don't have noise canceling headphones, I like throwing those on if I have them. But in general, I'll play like, when I'm writing my horror book, I'm playing music that fits that horror mood and it sucks me in. If I'm reading fantasy, I'll try and listen to music that's just like, a Neverwinter Nights soundtrack or whatever. And it'll like help me pull in because all the auditory distractions kind of get canceled out.
I do the same thing.
Yeah, that was my problem is being a music guy.
You start feeling the beat.
I get into it way too much, and then I have the book and I'm staring at the book, but I'm just like, damn it, listen to the percussion. And he just did that double triplet. And I'm just like, you know, and then like, especially because I'll put on, I listen to everything across the board. My favorite's more just like rock and roll, but I listen to everything. So that's my problem is because I've tried it. I have tried to put on something that's like soothing to listen to or that like fits the genre that I'm listening to, but I'll get lost in the music. Nope,
I just
out of sight.
Random Mozart on. Mozart just and low, not like loud.
See, I still do the same thing though.
Yeah.
Like my buddies will
crescendo.
No, but I am that guy though. And it doesn't matter. Like I am that guy. Talking Pulp Press for another $5 says my dream of having audiobooks for Barbarians of the Storm sadly died with Gilbert Gottfried.
Love it.
No, you have Razor Fist. Just get Razor Fist to do it. That's a close second.
I would love to have Razor Fist read audiobook of mine.
Oh my god.
He's got a great voice, man. He can do a lot of different stuff. It's really cool.
He does.
Big fan.
He really does. He really does. Guys, do you have any more questions for Bryan before we turn it over to the chat?
No, I think everybody covered what I was going to ask.
Satisfied.
Are you planning on painting that wall a color other than white?
There'll be a bookshelf over there soon enough. We just moved in a few months ago, so not the most exciting. I know I saw all you guys.
The abstract question.
Yeah. No, it's fair. I don't have anything up. But,
a lot of this was on the wall at my old place, and I'm literally in a corner down here. Like I've got. The way to do it, though. I have like a I don't know a 6x4 box. This isn't even a real desk. This is a small bookshelf. I have no legroom.
You're in the closet.
No, I am not, good sir. Good God.
I meant metaphorically.
No. I see what John. Hey, John, go heckle this small YouTuber. Get him off the space. It's fine. That's what he does with Mike. He's like, hey. Mike's a good guy. Mike, go heckle him.
I heckle everyone equally, so
I do too. I agree with that. My buddy, my good friend, actually, my one of my best friends of 15 years. He is getting ready to go to bed. He has been sick all week, sadly, but he had to pop in. He had to pop in and say hi. So I appreciate you being down there, Convoy Bebop. Good night, sir. Get some rest. Drink some water. He's been having a heck of a time this last week.
Feel better soon.
Yeah.
Richard, what is that giant thing that looks like a bullet behind you?
That's a naval practice shell.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure exactly what
a giant bullet.
Yeah, it's like I think it's I don't know if it's a 50 or 60 millimeter shell, but it's a pretty good size.
Nice.
Do you have a hammer?
Well, I mean, this is wood, so I mean, it's not it's definitely not live.
Okay, so Convoy Bebop decided to respond to me in the chat, and I'll just pull it up here for everybody to see. Convoy Bebop for $2.
Love it.
Known him for 15 years. He's the bane of my mental existence. Sean Michael is over here in the chat. Mike Miller, I have a piece of real estate next to you in Square 7 of TCG World Asia.
That'll make it more interesting for you, Mike. We're gonna try and scoot over here. Try and get something in the background for you.
Now he's self-conscious.
All right, now I was gonna say you got him riled up. He's gonna disappear off screen and get a different shirt on.
Next time Bryan comes on the show, he's
just got original art on the wall. Check me out.
Like a stick figure picture taped to the wall.
Kikomon for $5. Apparently, I missed this. I apologize, Kikomon. Please keep this community going through values and good stories. I don't enjoy fiction personally, but for our children, as politicians say, soy. Always with the soy for you. Hey, James Craig, what's going on, man? How are you doing? Another person whose books I have to read. I'm gonna have a library by the end of the year. Like
We all
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
Oh, man, my
like
I have a room
yeah.
filled with books, and then I'm eventually going to put them on that.
I
shelf.
have to read like 3 books a month at minimum.
uh,
Anything beyond that is difficult.
yeah. Oh God, TJ Morgan, is Billy Batson harassing anybody about Dragon Ball GT? No, no, the Billies have not been fighting tonight.
Now they're gonna
Christopher
start.
Moonlight Productions, politics is downstream culture. And what is
Right.
culture downstream from?
Comic books.
No.
Yeah. Cheers to that.
Right.
Well said.
I've always believed it's language. And if you let
Yeah.
people change the definitions of language, that's when you start to lose the culture.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, you've lost the culture by the time people are allowed to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why you have to safeguard language as
Newspeak.
much
Yeah.
as much as humanly possible.
Damn,
You
Orwell
can't-
was a prophet, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Defend the word.
Yes, scary. Kikomon for $2. Go fund me for Royce. He'll need glasses. No. The chat has turned against me. Oh.
The
All
long
right.
knives will
I'd
come
say
out.
language is driven by culture. Ooh, that could be a fun debate.
Mm.
A fuzzy creature says, "Are you a furry, a fuzzy creature, or is that just a fun name that you chose?"
About to find out.
It's about
Fuzzy's
two
been part of my
dollars.
community for longer than I want to admit, and I've never asked that question, and now you have me wondering.
Hey, apparently I've asked a couple of interesting questions tonight. So
Say a bunch of comments over the years are going to start coming into focus. You're like, huh, what was that? Oh no, it just took on a totally different meaning.
Shawn Michael will.
I got him to answer
talk
too.
about
A
my
fuzzy
chat.
creature for $5 says Miller sent me no furry. Fun name. Thank you, good sir. I don't
Okay,
have
good.
to excommunicate you from here now. And now Mike can promptly release his sphincter because he was afraid that a furry was in his community for years.
You know, V Row. V used to be a furry,
I don't know. What
and he hates it when you
Used
bring
to
it
be.
up.
Frequency
He is really
Studios
a
for $2.
Ammunition.
Culture will be downstream from us. Yes, hail the Iron Age. I'm gonna add that little caveat. Culture
Yeah.
will be downstream from us. That I will absolutely cheers to that.
Yeah, I'm in.
Oh, I didn't do my customary. Everybody has to say what they're drinking tonight.
Mine's pretty boring, so
No, it's a
Should I
drink
go
with
get an
crazy.
actual drink for that?
Well,
I can
I
get
mean,
I can
water-
get an actual drink. Let me go get
I
something.
mean,
real
water
quick.
is an actual drink. It doesn't have
It
to
is.
be.
It
I'm
is.
just
We have
drinking tea. I don't know.
our
It's
city
tea. I
has the
didn't,
most-
I couldn't handle the Bud Light.
Okay. Once YouTube releases my money, I'll get good beer.
All right, I'm gonna grab some.
Wrangler
I'll be right
says-
back. I'll be right back.
Wrangler says he's drinking coffee.
There we go.
Toxic Crusader about to start some shit with this one. Matt Walsh take on anime is the worst. I'm not an avid anime lover anymore, but boomers thinking that anime / video games / comics, etc. are beneath them is how our culture got so effed up. Yup. Absolutely.
You know, I'm gonna feel like such a jerk for saying this. I'm gonna say it anyways. I have a $400 bottle of tequila in the other room. If you want me to go get some.
All right. I got
dude,
some Voodoo
I-
Ranger right now.
Ooh,
There you
Voodoo
go.
Ranger. I haven't seen a Voodoo Ranger in a hot minute.
Ah,
Yeah.
Kikomon
We
for
have them-
$5. Read 5 random names from the bingo in your latest DM. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I told him I would do this.
Haha.
I did tell him that I would do this, and I am a man of my word. Okay, 5 random names.
All right, I'm gonna go get my drink.
Let's go with
It's time
Rex
for the
Blazer
Kikomon
1,
interlude.
Raleigh Nyanzi, Admiral Pancakes, Anime Problem, and Drebin 692. So that is the update on the bingo. Because Kikomon is giving away some things that he purchased and being a super fucking awesome person. So yeah, I announced it earlier. This is Raspberry
Now
Punch from
concludes the Kikomon interlude.
Right. Convoy Bebop for $5. Convoy Bebop, stop sending money. You're a mod. Like, stop it. $5. One. No. James asked a question. Asked a question to author. Wait, James asked a question to authors. Okay, so he's telling me that somebody asked a question and I missed it. Okay, he did. 2, do you need me to be on stream like X-Ray Girl to mod? I'm over this Rona shit and feel fine.
I want to see a headshot first, at least. See if he brings anything to the table.
Yeah, he might just have to sit in the chat and just mod in the chat. Because
I was gonna say I saw James Craig's question. If you want me to read it,
here it is. There it is.
Okay,
right there.
you got it.
Yes. Sorry, I have a lot of stuff happening right now. I've got 2 screens and about 17 windows open right now, so I hide it very well. All right, so question for the authors. From the day you have the idea for the story and decide to write it, how long from that day will that story be for sale? Wait, what?
Oh, like from beginning
How
to
long
end type of thing?
from
Like, how
that
long
day
does it
will...
take?
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying is... I think that's different. If I understand the question, I think it's different for every author. Some guys could crank out a story in a couple months. Some guys, it might take a little longer.
Yeah. I usually get about 1 book out a year, and they're about like 250 to 270 page stories. It usually takes me about that long, only because I have 2 kids, big career change and all that stuff. So that is, but yeah. So that if I was doing writing full time and didn't have another job, I could get a book out probably every 3 to 4 months.
Wow.
That's kind of where I'm reaching at this point. My goal is 3 at least a year going forward.
That's a really good goal. Consistent content keeps your fans coming back. That's the big thing, is if you lose that momentum, it's hard to bring them back in. Cheers.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Daniel's Tennessee Honey.
Oh.
Somebody mentioned it in the chat, and I'm like, I'm gonna go get one of them. What was the question?
So for those who
Already
don't
got
know,
big dreams.
well, yeah. So here's the thing. Like I said, he's my buddy. He actually has helped me set up the Twitch channel. He's helped me with a bunch of YouTube stuff. He's a mod on my Gilded, as well as runs the DM, or he is the DM for the Dungeons and Dragons campaign that we're doing on my Gilded, which is just kind of a tester campaign to see if we can get all the technology to work, to see if we actually want to go full with like a tabletop night on the channel. So he is literally doing all of that, and then on top of that, he works on some minor editing work and stuff for me, just because he's known me for 15 years. So,
And Convoy, let me interject here. Convoy, you don't need to be asking if you're getting paid. You just need to start skimming off the top. That's what I think is the appropriate thing to do at this point.
Or he could just not pay into the super chats.
Yeah.
He did that to get my attention. He literally yelled at me. I'm probably going to have to send it back to him at the end of the stream. He was just like, basically, the reason he sent that $5, and I realized it after he did it, that was his, hey, dumbass. So,
sacrificial 5.
Right. Isidro Lopez Irwin for $5. Hello again. Have you ordered that book yet? Here's some spare change to cover shipping. I have not ordered the book yet because YouTube won't give me the money yet. My ears started ringing. No, I have not ordered the book from Shadowversity yet. I'm going to talk with the wife and see if we can't work something out in the finances, because I need to order the book, but YouTube is telling me that this little code that they're going to give me, that they have to send me to verify that I am me and I'm not a liar.
So weird.
And then I have to type it in because
it's a postcard.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did the same thing for my business.
Yep. And then I'm going to do that. And then it's going to be, they said it can show up anywhere between like 2 to 4 weeks. And I'm like, are you serious? It takes 3 days to ship anything. How is a postcard 2 to 4 weeks?
Yeah, you get monetized and you get all excited, and then that happens, and you're like, what?
I knew there was going to be some stuff. TJ Morgan, I'll have to leave soon, but I just dropped by to thank Iron Age Media for helping my ebook get some more attention. Yeah,
Nice.
I was
his
going to
stuff
say,
looks
TJ,
really
you got to
good.
learn to properly grift in the chat if you're going to be sending in money. You got to advertise yourself. It's Bloodbane.
Hey, that wasn't
Out now.
money. He didn't send money.
Oh,
I did
no.
that one for free.
Oh man, well then you gotta stick it in there anyway in
To
case you get
TJ.
lucky.
So Bloodbane, TJ, if you want to shill anything you want in the chat, I'm looking for your name, man. Shill anything you want right now. I got you. Kikomon says he bought TJ's books, I think. Actually, I need to as well. And then Black Knight is also I need to get him on. Have you been checking out the Star Shatter series?
I've been looking into it some.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I've been fighting with this thing because I was trying to get like a couple, an intro video.
We
and
might
then
have a guest
I was
coming
going
in
through,
a
like,
second there, Royce. Pay attention.
Don't do this to me. I swear to God.
Incoming
Do not.
intruder.
Don't know, because I have a
Right.
feeling who it is, and I'm.
You're being raided.
Oh,
Everybody's
yeah.
showing up. We're all going to shill our stuff. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But
Eventually, the screen's just going to be hundreds of tiny.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
Nope. There it is. There it is.
There
Holy
we go. Hey.
Wow.
There he is.
What's up, fellas? Royce!
Sir.
How are you, man?
Well, I was fantastic, and now I'm more fantastic. So how does that work?
I think he soiled his chair.
It's called Fantasticception. Fantasticception is what I'm
There
going
we go.
with. Sir, I woke up this morning to somebody who commenting on my YouTube channel because when I wake up at 4 a.m. to go to my construction job, I make it a point to try to read all of the people who come onto my channel. And they were like, dude, Shad shouted you out. And I was like, what? Yeah. And they gave me a timestamp. So at 4 a.m, I'm just like, brain at work. I wake my wife up like, babe. And she's like, what? And she is not a morning person. She is not a morning person. Like, babe. And she's like, and she does that thing. And I'm like, look.
Oh,
and
no.
so she's what?
Now watch this. Royce.
Oh, thank you for that.
Royce, what's the timestamp?
5 hours and 46 minutes.
He's got it memorized.
That's the only number I've had to memorize all day. It's the only number. Shed, how are you doing, good sir? This is quite the surprise.
Oh, my pleasure. I got nothing to complain about. Things are going great. Great time in the, well, there's bad things happening, but there's also good things happening as well. With some of a resurgence, pushback, and so yeah. The graphic novel that's going great, and future projects and things, and so things are absolutely awesome, man.
Oh, Shad, wait until you read your email.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Something happened while you were on that show. Actually, before you were on that show, but I gotta tell you, dude, we're gonna have a Discord call tonight.
Surprises all around.
I was going to say, I was watching Friday Night Tights with you and Razor speaking earlier, and somebody had mentioned that Razor had shouted out the site. And so I was going to say, I heard you talking about kind of a decentralized network of, kind of like this direct connection between creators and consumers, basically. And that's really a lot of what I'm trying to do. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I really want to get him on. I want to talk to him about this sometime. And then here you are, man. I just to say, I love that not only is the culture there, but we're also thinking about, like, people like you are thinking about these sorts of things, because those are going to be real challenges for creators. I mean, they're already facing them, but as this thing picks up steam, I think it's going to probably the hill is going to get a little bit steeper if we don't start taking measures to insulate ourselves from, deplatforming and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Thinking about the future. Mike is also thinking about the future a lot, and like for me, one of the next steps I've always been considering. All right, how can we get more mainstream distribution? How do we get kids back into reading comic books?
I have been railing on that for like a month now.
Yeah, we
I've
need
been
to
railing
get
on that for
appropriate
30
calls.
years.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
They say
I've
Mike's
only
got us
been-
all beat.
All right, guys, I got some super chats coming in real quick. Give me
Chad,
just a
read
second
your
here.
Twitter DM real quick.
Super chats supersede all of us. Okay, keep them on $5. Shad, dual wielding shields yet? They'll work with a coating of soy. Love your exchanges with Skullgrim.
Always a soy.
Yeah. Talking Pulp Press. I once sandwiched Shad's book with 2 of mine in a very inappropriate. Oh no! Oh no! That's Talking Pulp Press for $5.
We may need to censor that.
It's my book, sharing some love. If you sandwich them against 2 other great works, I think they go well together.
Oh man. Yeah, brain went gone. I knew Mike was gonna pull this crap. So okay, I have to ask Shad this question. I also need to clean off my monitor because it now has beer on it. But
I hope it's beer.
how is it that you came across like Iron Age Media and myself?
All right, so Iron Age Media, I heard from Razorfist, okay, and also Twitter as well. So the author of the Barbarian novel.
Oh yeah,
Rob.
the Barbarians of the Storm, Dan the Destructor.
Barbarians.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's Talking Pulp Press. He's the guy who actually
Yeah.
just sent the
Yeah,
last
oh,
super chat.
he shouts
Yep.
everybody out. He's the best at shouting.
He does.
Yes,
That guy
him right
deserves
here.
a lot
Yeah,
of
he's-
credit.
He is so active, and
Yeah,
I'm
he's
on
great.
Twitter. I've been noticing all the support has been giving all these creators, myself included, always sharing Night's Watch stuff, and I've that kind of got my attention. I really appreciated how active he is in trying to support the independent creators, and I think I also heard Iron Age Media from him and Royce. Man, you were talking about the graphic novel. I'm always trying to pay attention to any of the buzz around that, and I really appreciate you taking such initiative to try and support this independent creator movement. So I'm supporting you back, brother. I really want to help this thing grow. I want to see independent creators grow, and the way we do that is by supporting everyone who's having a hand in it. And so, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I took it pretty literally when Razorfist said in his first video, like days after the Rippaverse came out, as becoming the culture. He's like, well, so we can have all these creators out there, we can have all these people doing all this stuff, but who's gonna run like the non-woke version of Reddit? Who's gonna do these websites? And I think Rich heard the same thing that I did. Was okay, well, we need a fan community around this. He decided to go with the website route of building a website to aggregate all this stuff. And I kind of started doing the YouTube thing. And I'm like, you know what? Let's lean into it, because they're right. If we want good stories to come back, we have to be fans of good stories. And that is why, Bryan here, I'm going to show Bryan's books.
Please.
Or Bryan, you have your books there? Do you have your books
got it,
there?
man. Let's do it.
Shill them to
Happy.
Shad. Shill your books to Shad right now, because
I'll shill him, and then I
up.
got a question for Shad too.
Yes.
So
Awesome.
these are both my books. This one is there we go, sci-fi treasure hunt, and this guy is a fantasy adventure. All of them are very thin, very quick reads. If you're a decent reader, you can get them done in a few weeks. And yeah, they're fast, they're visual. I include multiple illustrations in each one. And they're all standalone adventures, but they're all in the same shared universe. So if you read more, you learn more, but you can read them any order you want.
All right.
That's great.
I have to interrupt really quickly, guys. My bad. I am new to this whole super chat thing, so I'm trying to figure it out. If you guys have a better way to do this, let me know, please. Hey there, Shad, longtime watcher. I loved your recent War Wagons video. Can they be featured in the next SATC graphic novel? Also, where is your drink for a drink with Crazy?
I got a drink. I'm a good Mormon boy. I've got fruit juice right here. Right there.
No,
I can answer that.
Here's the thing. I do Sunday coffee strings. A drink with Crazy doesn't mean alcohol. It just means a drink.
You have a drink. I got a drink right here.
He has a drink. There we
Stay
go.
hydrated.
For $2, Frequency Studios. Shad, you're an inspiration.
Thanks, man. That's awesome.
All right, and Brian, you had a question for Shad. I will stay the super chats for a little bit if I need to.
Yeah, I was. If you noticed me looking down several minutes ago, it was because I was looking up his stuff and looking up his work. And the artwork and the graphic novel that you have looks absolutely incredible. So I was curious to hear about your process transitioning from. It looks like you had books that now you're making graphic novels out of. So I'm curious to hear about that process to make those.
Well, that's really a question for Mike. This is his book. He took the reins. He adapted it. He wrote the script for it, and he drew it and everything. And I relied on him. He's the master. He knows how to do comic books. He's done it for how many years, Mike? Like seriously,
30 years.
It looks absolutely outstanding. The scenes that I'm seeing in there, it looks incredible.
Yeah, I have some on the screen, Royce, if you want to share.
Yeah, the
You
storytelling.
can see a sneak peek of some of the pages that aren't on the campaign. Because we were going to divvy this up into several issues, what we did first was we found a ending point for the first, because at first we were going to do it in 4 volumes, and so we found a solid ending point, and I actually had to move some chapters out of it that had some B story characters that just didn't fit in here. But we wanted to maintain a full, cohesive, singular story within the whole. So we took a tertiary character, Reganar, and we built him up. Shad brought in a character from the next novel that's not even in this novel to fill out his backstory. And we really just created this whole out of the first section of the book that it's gotten rave reviews. John Del Rose gave it a 10 out of 10.
Wow.
Everybody else that's read it it's been like, there's this show called Well Read Reviews. It's literally the best reviewed book they've ever done.
Wow.
And he does a review show.
Wow.
And so I think it holds together really well. Royce, I'll send you the PDF if I haven't already, and you can review it yourself.
It looks fantastic.
Thank you. Sorry, sorry, I'm responding to Convoy. He's trying to text me and DM me. He's trying to help out as much as he can, and I'm like,
yeah.
So I'm just getting back to him.
So
on
the second novel, we decided to break up. Instead of doing 3 more, we're just gonna break up the last into 2 halves. And it's really crazy because I was thinking we were gonna have to do the same thing, right? Where I'm like trying to massage the structure to create. Seriously, okay, to create a fulfilled.
That's like my house,
right? A fulfilled, solid story structure, and I have my story beats and everything laid out on this page, and I'm going through and I'm putting everything where it needs it, and I'm like, this chunk has like almost a freaking perfect story structure already, and so it's been really easy. The only trick is like trying to trim the fat and try to keep it within, because we got to get this book done. I don't want it to be like 200 pages. So, so
it's funny because we were talking last night and I was like, do it as long as it needs to be, Mike. If it's 200, do it. It's like, this might be
no. I want to get it done.
He goes, sir.
After this, Shad, I don't know if you remember. So, as far as the second book, it's been a much easier transition. If after I finish it, I'm at like 983 pages now, and I think I probably have at least another 20 pages. So I'm guessing this is going to be over 100 pages. When I'm done with the first draft, we'll get it to Shad. If he's like, there's some scenes, some information that I wanted in here, we'll fill that back out, because I am cutting quite a bit to get it to a reasonable length.
And it's actually something that I want to add into this one that isn't in the book as well. That might add a couple of pages, but I think it'll be important to just complete thing. So it's what I mentioned to you. I mentioned that to you.
Pages, Mike. Sorry,
but yeah, it looks great. It's really exciting. I'm gonna have to go in the webpage and pick it up. So it looks really good. I'm impressed.
Do you want to share my screen, or do you know how to use StreamYard?
No. I shared your screen a minute ago. You took them on for $2. Are the leather-bound options limited edition?
So, well, you can only get them for a limited time at the moment while the Indiegogo campaign's open.
No,
for the second,
no. The screen down below. Look next to me.
Oh,
Uncanny.
that one? Oh. You said your
Just get
screen.
Gorge.
You
I
didn't
don't wanna
say
see
what you
me.
shared.
I know what I look like.
But
Yeah.
you do.
Yeah. It looks great.
So, yeah,
Looks
I think
absolutely
the-
outstanding.
This is the forging of Imperius. Those blades hanging behind Shad right now.
Yeah.
right here.
That's cool.
That's this one right here.
Oh, I got to work on my behind me wall game. You guys have
Let me
some
just
good behind me wall game.
Talking Bolt Press for $10. Shad's journey and the advice he gave to writers along the way has helped me a lot. His knowledge has helped me immensely. Nothing but respect and support. I reference your vids constantly when writing.
That is awesome.
Thank you so much. And that is the
Dude.
writer of the Barbarians of the Storm, the Dan the Destructor.
So I'm being
So-
invaded as well as a parent by the
Nice.
purple dinosaur here. Elsie, can you say hi to everybody? She's the she's the crazy on the Drink with Crazy show right now. Can you say hi, Elsie?
Absolutely.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Hello.
How does that look? Is that cool? Do you see that comic? Is that cool?
Oh, do I need to put it back
Yeah.
up? Did I take it down too quickly? My bad.
Can you say hi?
We got to get a
Sam?
professional
Can you
opinion
say
here.
hi, Mike?
Hello.
Right.
Say hi, Iron Age.
Where'd it go? It's being done.
The drink
This thing-
boomer.
A drink with
Yeah,
Boomer
no,
totally
this is-
appropriate right
So
now.
last time I used StreamYards was a few years ago, and they've changed a couple of things that don't quite function the same. So
There you
there we
go.
go. Hey, let's just do that. I like that one way better.
Shad, you want to tell them what's going on here?
Well, this is essentially an important flashback sequence that goes through some of the history that needs to be established with the characters, so you understand the context of kind of what's going on at the beginning of the book. Because we start the graphic novel 3 chapters into where the book begins. The book begins a bit earlier because I wanted, I guess, a bit of a slower burn, but for the graphic novel, it starts pretty strong where something really significant happens. And so there's a kind of a great montage flashback thing where you see some really awesome things.
There's a little bit of echo going on. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but at chat, I can hear you echoing. So we're echoing from somewhere.
Yeah,
And my chat
I
does-
got headphones on.
No, and my chat doesn't like to let me know when the echo happens. They just like it to come out, and then like 4 days later, they're like, "Hey, by the way, thanks, guys."
Who did the coloring? Did you guys do the coloring too?
No, this was from Sonny Go, and he's amazing.
Yeah, the coloring
Yeah,
is
Sonny-
really good because it's not
Sonny's a
distracting.
guy that I worked with 15 years ago when I was a publisher. I published I was the executive director, but I had my own company with my friend Brett. It was called Alias Enterprises, and Sonny was one of the colors that we used. And since then, he'd gone on to eventually become Lineal Francis Yu's like official colorist,
That makes
and
sense.
he's gotten really phenomenally good.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm really hoping we can get him for the rest of the series. But like a handful of artists, he's gotten into NFTs and making way more money than comics pay. So it's,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna have to, grab him by
Yeah,
the
but
wrist.
that's a fad. It'll
arm
die.
bar
The
and
fad
be
will,
like, you're doing the next book.
yeah. The fad on NFTs will die out, and then he'll, need something to stay.
Well,
It
we
looks
are in a
great.
bear
The
market.
color work looks incredible.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
I mean,
beautiful.
Yeah, he's great. He's fantastic.
and all of this, like, just look at the quality of art. It's all credit to Mike. And so my approach really, to answer your question, Brian, was kind of get out of Mike's way, let him do the creative thing. He's a better visual storyteller than me. He has the experience to do. So can't reveal too much, Mike. It's
All right.
Yeah,
we'll stop there.
I want Mike to adapt my books, please. That's really good.
That was actually the thing that I was wondering is if this, because it seems that there could be a trend coming to turn novels into graphic novels.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you
I've
think
been
that
doing
there
that
could be
for
a company out there or
forever.
somebody could create a company out there to do that?
Yeah, I can. Hold on. Let me grab some.
Oh, there's Mike's butt again. There's Mike's butt again. It's like the 3rd time this week.
Hey, I brought a purple dino in the chat, so I've brought my
Hey, that's
distractions.
fine. That's
so.
fine. Toxic Crusader for $5. This is a definite serious question for Shad. Will you add a disappearing Batman knife in a fight with your main character, Mary Stu?
Well, I mean, if I have a character that wants to announce that is gay, then maybe a double-bladed Batman knife could appropriately work in there.
So, Shad, and I know that you are obviously, and because I've been checking out your stuff for a long time, but my wife just as a gift bought me. This is a lesser version, but I'm still happy because it is a gift from my wife.
Oh,
but
yes.
This is Anduril, obviously the Flame of the West, and it's the one sword that I had to have on my wall. Oh, you have the yeah. But I was like, you know what? I would show Shad this if I ever, because, and again, it's my wife wanted to get me a good one, but she was like, wow, those get fairly expensive.
You guys
Fairly
have all your
quickly.
swords, man. I'll have to bust out I gotta bring my double barrel shotgun on the stream now.
I'll tell you what,
I'm
you
just
bring
gonna
your
go back
shotgun.
for the artillery show. I'll get the hammer after all.
Yeah.
Look at the handle on
Hey,
this one.
if he
Chad.
gets to bring his shotgun on, I get to bring mine on, and I'll bring the AR on. But I think YouTube gets mad at that.
Yeah, that is very true. Guns beat swords. I can't compete against guns, but in the sword department, I'm well equipped.
The gun sword, though.
The gun sword.
All right,
Yeah, I've been
James.
doing this for a long time. This is
James
Ted Decker's White. I adapted that
you were showing that
like
off.
10, 15 years ago. I've been adapting, the Hedge Knight stuff since 2003.
Yeah.
This is the latest one, the Mystery Knight, which I still have to send one to Shad. I keep forgetting, but I only said I would 2 years ago. So, and then there's the Meg. I adapted the Meg as well before the movie came out. So, and
Super cool.
yeah, that's
You are
a
the
thing,
master
man.
of
Adapting novels
adaptation.
is old school.
Nice. I love it. Yeah, it looks great. So I'm super excited for you guys.
You guys are killing it. You guys are killing it. Like,
Doing all right.
New Locals sub made a lore site for my fantasy sci-fi world. 10 years in the making. Link on Locals, maps, regions, nations, characters, plenty of art. Well, sir, what's the name of the Locals? Just type it down as this. And you can't put the link in the chat, but just spell it all out so we can actually get your Locals down there.
Yeah,
I would like
do a
to
live
see
reaction. Yeah, we can do a live reaction.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Speaking of swords, Shad, my wife. Oh, I was gonna say my wife is a author, and she uses your work for reference on a lot of different things because you've done some great work, especially with like female characters and what's plausible and things like that. So she writes female characters sometimes, but she always wants to like make them pretty grounded in reality. And it's great to have a resource like yours. So she
thank you.
She wanted me to say thank you and that she really appreciates it and that you're doing a service there.
Oh, I really appreciate it. That's just so validating. I love hearing things like that. And it's bizarre because I never thought I'd be in that place to be able to achieve something like that. But here I am. You just, I seriously, Royce, I remember when I started YouTube, just the same with how you're starting, right? Spare room in the house, you start making stuff and you make good quality content and it goes from there.
Yeah, I'm really, really surprised at the reception that the channel has had, considering I have a limited amount of time during the day because of the day job to actually be able to pull it off. Like I have to run home. So I while I'm at work, when I have time, I can listen to a lot of, because listening to YouTube is just like listening to podcasts. So I'm constantly listening, trying to see what's out there, hearing what's out there. And I'm like, okay, cool. I have this idea that I'm going to do. And then I get home and I have told my subscribers to the channel, hey guys, anywhere between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. I know it's a wide window, but that's what I got to work with right now. So I run home. I don't script anything, but I think about what I'm going to say all day. I'm like, okay, am I going to, where's my starting point? What are some points I want to make in the middle? Where's my end? Everything in the middle there is it's all improv. And as long as I can flesh those things out, you know, it kind of works, but man, it would be nice to have a little more time to give something more than just a, you know, an improv skit, it seems.
But seriously, do what you can. You're absolutely right when you said that you have the gift of the gab. You've got that, right?
Yeah,
And so it's really enjoyable to listen to. You're engaging
You've
in
seen-
everything.
How many of my videos have you watched? Because
I've seen, you know, I keep an eye on. I keep an eye on people there, Royce. So this is the thing,
I've
right?
only just recently started saying that.
I know the YouTube game, right? And seriously, you keep at it. You be consistent, right? You can turn this into a career, a full-time job, right? You'll build an audience. Money will start to come in, but the key is consistency where you're at the moment, and you just keep at it, and you'll be able to go places, my friend.
Thank you.
Soon you'll be able to afford Michelob.
Shots continually fired tonight.
You saw me drink Busch Light and Bud Light on some streams. I'm not going to tell my wife and be like, hey, babe, you know that beer that you buy me throughout the week? And yeah, guys are giving me shit for it.
They're making fun of me for it.
So Kikomon for $5. The bingo first place. Oh, by the way, so Kikomon, as a subscriber of the channel, bought some extra Rippaverse items, Shad. Because he bought these extra items, he wanted to help support the channel by announcing a giveaway. So he's actually giving away the Rippaverse exclusive Documon cards for first place, which it looks like Drake the Duelist won.
Mhm.
Second place is going to get a cover C, which is James Craig. And apparently Billy Bobsack said Peasants Under the Dragon. And again, what is limited edition from Shad?
Okay, so the leather bounds will be available for a limited time during the Indiegogo campaign, but I do want to try and do a leather bound for the second volume when that's getting ready to be done. I don't know if the novel leather bound will be available. It might not. I can't say at this point. But
Can I
they're definitely
suggest?
Yeah.
All right. So everything that's on the campaign now is technically a limited edition because it is this run
Yes.
and then done. If there are leftovers that we can make available on the second campaign, then they will be at a higher price than they are here. And then I'm hoping we'll probably do like a paperback edition of the first volume for the second volume campaign. That seems to be a way, and then maybe do it at a lower price point than. I mean, we're doing hardcover on everything at soft cover prices, so it's a really good deal what you're getting right now, and it's automatically limited edition. The signed stuff is extremely limited. There's only 100 or 200 of each tier of those, and those are
almost sold out.
running
Actually, the signed ones, they've been going
we sold out of them?
crazy. Wait, almost.
Okay.
But there's still a couple available.
All right, so
there's a bit
James
more.
Esparza came back in and said, I posted it on your locals page, and he became a member of my locals page, so thank you so much, James Esparza. So this is what he was talking about. Go to World Without End Lore.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So
There's a
go,
leather
guys,
bound.
go there. The link is down in the chat below. I have the window pulled up now, so if I need to shout it out again, I want to make sure that I support those who support me because, well, Chad said it earlier, support those who support you. So,
And we'll all support each other. It'll be lovely.
oh boy, I need a drink after that.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm checking it out.
Hey, look at
There's
that.
some really cool stuff on there.
Yeah, I have not pulled it up yet because I'm afraid that if I do, everything's going to go away.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I'm looking at it right now.
I
There's
need,
some cool stuff.
and I hate saying this, I need 2 more monitors.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I've
hate it.
got
Like,
2
as
huge monitors here.
I have just
on my laptop.
what was priced right. There's a 25-inch here and a 27-inch here. And I'm like, I just need to get stands and just put one above the 25 and one above the 27 because I have so many windows open at this point. It's hard to keep it all straight.
It's got to be
I
the bat cave, dude. Just
Right. Well, I won't need some, weirdo fucking Insta-Thought ring light over here to light me up. I'll just use the, the lighting of the monitors.
Look how bright I am. It's like, dude.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you, Convoy. I appreciate it. Where is Gergie's question? There it is. Thank you, Convoy. I appreciate it. All right, question. Does anyone have suggestions on getting into digital art? I want to try and do the art for a children's book that I'm working on. Yes! For the kids. Thank you. So Shad, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a father of 4. So
legend.
Very, very important.
Legend.
How many you got, Chad?
I got 5.
Yeah.
Woo!
My wife
I got
may or
2
may not
and
be
I'm
mad at me
struggling.
because we don't have 5. But I'm working on but I don't know much about digital art. That's out of my wheelhouse. That one is out of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, I just write words. I don't do art.
I mean, if you're doing it, then you just got to learn the craft. I could give you suggestions, but I don't know exactly what your style is.
Practice is all I can say.
Mike, is there any way that they could reach out to you potentially, maybe on like Twitter or something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, your Twitter handle is what? Frat Monkey at Frat Monkey. Okay. So yeah. So, yeah. So Gergie, reach out to Mike on Twitter if you have a Twitter, and if you don't have a Twitter, make a Twitter, even though it's a hellhole. Join us in the hellhole, and then just shoot him a message or a tweet and just ask him. I think that's the best way, right? All right.
I mean, whatever they're on. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Discord. I'm on Telegram.
Mike, what's your Twitter?
Frat Monkey, FRAT Monkey.
All right, I'm pulling that up right now so I can make sure I'm following.
It's my NFT community is Funky Monkey Frat House.
So Mike followed me before I followed him. That was really cool to find out. Shad did not. That was very sad to find
Royce. Not touching the computer. Go check again. I'm not touching.
You're following. Now you're following me.
But
you weren't following me before I was following you. That was the
that's just picky, man. You gotta can't get too picky.
No, I know. Well, yeah, no, I know. Jolly Roger, just back shadow of the Conqueror Shed. Yesterday's stream was amazing. I'm super pumped for your space opera. Yeah, that was interesting. I listened to as much as that as I could at work today. I love how you broke that down. That was absolutely incredible.
It's so insanely nerdy. I'm genuinely surprised how much interest that got and how invested people are already. And so that's amazing. It's like people are really keen for that. You're
surprised that nerds listen to your channel.
Well, I mean, there's talking about like reviewing stuff. But I was going into crazy, this is the most nerd stuff you can get. I was going into world building history and how technology works. And
so did you know that the origin of the lightsaber before they eradicated the EU was that it was a nuclear powered fanny pack that actually came up into a tube through the lightsaber, and it was a ceremonial weapon.
The proto saber you were referring
to. Yeah! Oh, he knows it. Yes. So you're surprised that nerds listen to your channel?
Well, they weren't. It's a new property, and seriously, I'm going into the spaceships don't properly fly, and you need to go into all this scientific, thing to be able to justify the type of space dogfighting, and I'm doing it through the integration of a new magic system, the all power, all that. But everyone was fully invested. It was
So that was one thing that we were talking about earlier. Is about every author, somebody is echoing. I don't know who. Somebody is echoing.
Currently, it's you.
What? Yeah, why is it me? How does that shouldn't be a thing? Okay, that shouldn't be a thing. Anyway, I will roll my mic down a little bit, see if that helps. But so what we were talking about is, when it comes to certain things that need to be explained away, like MacGuffins or things like that, sometimes the author just has to put something out there and say, hey, this works in the universe because it works because I say so. Well, yeah, but how does that, space flight engine actually work to generate the gravity? No, I've set up the universe. I'm not a physicist major. I'm a writer.
Engine go vroom.
And because, again, you pigeonhole yourself as somebody who's taking in the work. and then you start to change the actual meaning of the work of the writer, in my personal opinion. So and that's to add to what you were saying. Like, you were, well, here's the reasons why this works in my universe. Somebody could break that down and go, yeah, but what about this? And you go, no, we're not doing that. I already told you it works because it works.
They tried to, and then I came back with a direct answer. So I love world building, and look, I'm not a physicist, and so there are things that, like, I know there's some actual physicists who broke down the physics of Everfall, and they do go so far where they go beyond me. I like to go as far as I can to try and explain as much of the mechanics to the point where, for most readers, it's satisfying and it answers any of those questions. But it can go even further. I get that, yeah.
Yeah, so Talking Pulp Press came back for another $5. I'm always boosting you guys so hard because of all of the kids. Yeah.
All of us and our kids.
Oh, dude. We could fund a daycare for a year just with our kids.
Yeah.
Just with our kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hashtag
Oh, yeah.
don't-
100%. Real quick, before we move on, I wanted to interject because I do have to run a little bit. I wanted to say, because you do all the giveaways, we need to connect, and I'll send you a bunch of art prints. I've got a ton of really awesome art I can send you that you can use for giveaways in the future. I'm going to see if I can actually share my screen here.
You mean I have to share the screen and then get
No.
Here we go. Thanks, Mike.
Let's see if it shares my screen here.
Yay! Well,
Tell me when it works. Can you see it right now?
Oh, wow.
So I can send you prints of this.
Ooh.
This one.
I like that.
That's the library that she does the enchantment test in.
Oh.
And then, so yeah.
Oh,
so
wait, that's the library? No, go back.
Yeah. That's the library where the Enchantment Society has their
meetings. I
meetings.
love that you did. No, that scene, I thought you wrote that scene very, very well.
That was my favorite scene to write outside of the ending.
I haven't made it to the ending yet, damn it. The
Curse
my slow brain.
I got it in black and white too.
That looks so good. No, I
love that one.
Yeah, so I can give you some of this artwork, and then you can do it as giveaways for future streams. I'd love to send that to you guys. So
I would be honored. Thank you.
This is the main cover of the other book. So yeah, Emilis Januszkiewicz from Lithuania.
He's got floating continents too, Shad.
I like it. I noticed those.
Yeah.
Floating islands.
Yeah, it's what's in for fall. Floating continents.
It's
you can only float continents after Labor Day, okay?
Yeah. Well, it's been a blast, guys. I really appreciate you having me on. I definitely want to be on in the future to talk about all your guys' stuff because this has been so much fun. So
yeah, thank
Bryan,
you.
Thank you so much. And before you go, you have to shill your books again and where to get them, please. Come on, hold them up, get them on the screen.
Yeah. So
where do we get them? Where do we go?
Treasure of Lore Rev, an award-winning sci-fi treasure hunt. This is the Assassin of Malkozeh. This is a fast-paced fantasy adventure. All my books you can find on AsherNovels.com, and it has links to Barnes & Noble, Amazon, Rakuten, Kobo to get either ebooks or the paper copies. I'd snag them now because they're still at the cheaper price. Eventually, that'll have to adjust with all of our wonderful inflation going on. But in the meantime, my books are only $10.99 for a 250-page story with multiple illustrations that are professionally done by a wonderful artist. So snag them now while you can.
As somebody who's going through the story, the first book is really good so far. For a first attack at a first novel, I like it. I really enjoy it.
I appreciate that a lot. It means a lot. So
thank you so much for coming on, man.
Good meeting you, Bryan.
I'll see you guys around. Yeah, we'll
good
keep
to
in
meet you,
touch.
Bryan.
Take care, man.
Cheers, good sir.
Cheers.
So I actually had an art question for Mike.
Shad?
Well, I can ask anybody. Anybody can answer. No wrong.
I will be right back. I have had a lot of liquid tonight. I'll be right back. It's fine. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll keep yammering for a bit. But so IronAge.media has been doing weekly short story prompts. And what I do is I use actually Midjourney to generate, use a sentence to generate something. I massage it a bit. and then toss it out and give people about 2 weeks. And I've been really surprised by how many people have actually responded to it.
Mhm.
And I've gotten some great stories and really enjoyed those. But one of the things I've been thinking about recently, and I'm trying to figure it out, and I'm not really as into the art scene as much. Is there any equivalent to that for the comic book artists, for the visual artists? You know what I mean? Like I thought about doing pose studies. Maybe I could pay somebody to do a pose study, and then I could,
No,
hey, here's the
you
pose study
answered it
1
with the
week.
beginning of this. You gave Midjourney a prompt. You
Yeah,
could
so
give
just a
artists
text prompt for
and
the artist, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that would grab people enough, or if they might want to do something more, like have like a starting point, or do you think text is probably suitable for that?
I
For
think
that kind of
text
thing?
is plenty. I mean, we did drawn and quartered again for the first time in like a year or more. And Shad was
Mhm.
on Wednesday. It was really cool. And it's just Shadow of the Conqueror. Before it was like, Wraith of God. It was Lone Star. It was Spider-Man. It's just,
Mhm.
what are you gonna draw? And if you're trying to think story-wise, creatively, it's like, what's your prompt for Midjourney?
Mhm.
For those who don't know, Midjourney is an AI art uh, software program that
Yeah. Yeah, I
creates
don't know if
whatever
I'd
you
want to feed
say.
these
And
prompts to a human being, but
it's the
they get
same
a little bit
concept. Same
nonsensical.
concept.
But yeah, yeah. Okay, well, I was just curious because, I wanted to try and engage people on that side because, in a perfect world, I with Iron Age media, the whole point of the site is really cultivating networking between people. And so, initially I was thinking, oh, maybe if a couple people write in and, a couple people will find each other in terms
Do you
of like
follow me on
buyers.
Twitter?
I think I do. Yeah.
Okay, message me
Um,
because there's something coming up that I might need to talk to you
awesome.
about.
Okay, well, fantastic. I
Shad
was
smiling.
wanting
Shad, why are you
to. I have an
smiling?
article. I have like a
Well,
like a bit of an article that I had set up for Shadow of the Conqueror, but
oh,
I was like, I'm going to try and get some insider info here and
Sure.
get the hookup. So I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to swing that, but hopefully I will now. So
Ask your
anyway,
questions now, and then just turn that interview into whatever your article is.
oh man, I don't have the questions ready, man. No.
Do
I
it
was
back
gonna
and
say,
forth in
prepared.
Twitter DMs and then artfully post the DMs. And that's
Yeah,
the
there we go.
interview.
I'll transcribe the DMs.
A bunch
if
of
they're
hearts
really
around it.
Right. Laughing emojis. Maji Chan for $5. It's amazing to see how many big YouTube names here at the bar. I hope you all feel welcomed.
That's just that guy.
Yeah, I can. No.
I mean, you've been putting out some good work for sure. I was going to say, it's great to see how one of the things that I've really been inspired by, because I've only been doing this since, August is whenever I launched the site, mid-August. And I was going to say, you guys are in the NFT space to a certain degree. I was kind of into politics for a while, and then I got into crypto because I was kind of looking at, this was like last year, before that really, but on the development side.
Mhm.
And there's a lot more positive energy in the crypto space at the time, and then the
Oh,
bear
yeah.
market hit, and it was like everybody is all, there's a lot of people just disappeared out of the space.
Mhm.
And the thing that I'm loving about the Iron Age is that there's a lot of that energy, but it's a lot more genuine. It's not driven by like number go up kind
Mhm.
of thing. And
Well, that's how you know you are in a really crappy community.
yeah, exactly. But I mean, there's so much. The crypto space is like, there's a couple of gems, and I'm still part of one group that's like doing a metaverse that I'm really happy to be
Oh,
part
really?
of.
Which one?
Edenlands. I mean, it's very early right now, but it has built out. I built out basically the initial sort of MVP concept before we really got to the user. It's more like a pre-alpha, you know what I mean,
Mhm.
in 3JS. So it's all browser based, right? And it's actually funny because the concept that we were originally going with was the floating islands, because one of my premises was that, metaverses, like, it's real estate. Everybody has like a real location driven value of the properties. and why not be able to mix those up into ring worlds or whatever you want, so you have like the same properties with different configurations and so on and so forth.
Yeah, we
But-
should talk about that in
Yeah,
private.
I was gonna say,
We're
sorry,
gonna
I'm
lose
getting
the
way
audience.
into it. I didn't mean to get down.
That's a different channel.
Sorry.
discussion.
Anyway, but what I'm saying is that the energy is like really authentic, and it's there. People are dying for it, and for new stuff. And there's so many people building, but there's so much energy that it's that bigger pie. Like, I really appreciate you coming on, basically both of you guys coming on, because you're in a position where you could probably just ride your fandoms and do what you want to do, but you're also investing in bringing other people up too, and it's really
Oh, yeah.
fantastic. I appreciate it a huge
Yeah,
amount.
and look at just between Eric and Shad, that's like 2 million subscribers worth
Mhm.
of that energy you're talking about.
Mm.
If that can be directed and funneled like uniform, like together, right,
Mhm.
and build out the whole concept of the Iron Age, and working together to just direct that energy in unison. I don't want to get into specifics and stuff, but it's like, what a powerful force beyond anything
I-
that Marvel or DC has been
Mhm.
capable of marketing. Not
Absolutely.
capable. And I said this
think
before.
there's a term for what you're going for, Mike, and people have affectionately called it fix bayonets. I've seen
But-
it a lot. That's
That's
you know.
but that what Mike is talking about here, right? Is that there are actually a lot of independent creators, and I mean, there's been people doing this for years before us, even who are trying to do independent indie publishing and stuff like that, and that's been going pretty well. But in terms of being able to challenge the mainstream, like nothing has exploded crazily really until Eric July, because with his success, that really kind of pulled people up to see, holy crap, he just launched a graphic novel that is blowing people away. Oh, and the other kind of wake up call in terms of independent well, is this indie, right? But independent publication that is bigger than the mainstream was Brandon Sanderson's Secret Novels. Okay, he launched that
Target
on
number 1.
Yep.
Mhm.
He launched that on Kickstarter, and it did how many million? It's
Yep.
crazy, and that I think
Chat,
has
let me know if you
made
hear an echo. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm asking
no,
the
that's
chat if
fine.
they hear an echo. I just want to make sure because I hear one and I'm not sure if it's coming through for everybody.
well,
I don't
it's
hear it.
Here, I'm gonna mute this and see if
Yeah, I'll
so
mute as well.
testing. Is there an echo? Testing.
I am-
don't know.
Not a professional, but I attempt. I sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. No, but keep going.
Well, see,
keep
what I
going.
was saying is that
there's no
I think-
echo on YouTube.
I
You're
think
good.
those successes have made
Oh, look, here's
certain,
it.
like the mainstream comic book industry and mainstream publication industry kind of start to crap their pants to realize, wow, independent publications can actually sell more numbers than ourselves. And so that's the first big wake up call. But for me, and I'm totally on board with what Mike is saying here, the next step is there is this huge movement in support of independent creators. I have my fans, Eric has his fans, Razorfist has his fans, Critical Jinker has his and everything like that. And these are all that what all these fans have in common is that they're friggin' sick of the mainstream preaching to them and destroying their beloved stories. Okay. And they see the creators that they kind of support the most making these independent things, and they jump on board and support. And so the next stage is connecting those fan bases to show there is actually a lot of independent content already being made here. And
Yes.
so, and as
The,
soon as those
the
get
unified marketing power of all these
Mhm.
people together would dominate any market that it was targeted at if it can be unified. So it's like
Yeah.
the possibilities here are, and I said this on your other last time I was on, bro. Marvel and DC had 20 years of the greatest marketing possible, the greatest possible marketing the world has ever known to bring people into comic shops and build up this hobby that I've been part of since I was in 3rd grade. And they did absolutely nothing. It would just take a handful of YouTubers the size of Shad and Eric and those guys to overwhelm the direct market. Like, really. because Marvel and DC are incapable of doing it, or just unwilling to do it.
Well, see, comic books for me really is the prime battleground where they can be defeated, because that's where they've lost the most market share. Like Marvel and DC have just been floundering terribly. Their comic books suck. They've been terrible art. There's the occasional good bit of art there, but everything. But they have been subverting the core true themes of what the comic book genre was built upon, because it's problematic. And so as a result, out of any other kind of medium, film, television, literature, and stuff like that, it's the comic book medium that could be dethroned here, because Marvel and DC are just screwing up. Because you can still find great novels that are still being published in the mainstream. Brandon Sanderson is one of the best authors in the world, and is still pumping them out. But comic books they're losing the plot, and already we are easily making graphic novels that are out competing them by sheer quality. Just all people need to do is look at the art, do a comparison. They're like, holy crap, it's so much better. And then when we can out compete them in story as well.
Yeah, we just sold 6 retailer bundles.
Whoa, what the
Don't swear, Shad. You're a good Mormon.
I didn't.
he almost. I think I heard the U on that one, so he got the what FU on that.
I was gonna say fudge, Royce. Fudge is
flip.
My daughter says flip. So my daughter will be like, "What the flip?" And you'll see parents.
I think I was going for
what did she say? And we're like, she said flip. Calm down, Granny Cankles. Jeez. So,
I was going for what the friggin' hell, but then I got muddled up. Flip.
So, Chad. So
you're excited.
So
we're up to 356, 548.
So, Shad, and I have to do this for 2 reasons. One, because I love the hell out of my wife, because I feel that I have one of the greatest women on the planet. And 2, because you were talking about fantastic artwork. And I've shown this off several times in the last week, since this is a very, very early birthday present that my wife got me, and I'll supersize it real quick here. But you may appreciate this, Shad, because you haven't seen it yet. This is Dante's Inferno from 1880.
Holy.
In its original binding. I only open it to show. And you were talking about fantastic artwork, and I want to show people what type of artwork can stand the test of time.
Oh, that's Dore.
Yes. And I feel that the artwork that you're talking about with the guys that are doing the artwork stands up to this. This is 142 years old. I can feel the book bending. I can feel the spine of the book bending in my hand. I am being extremely careful with this.
Dude, and that's a wood print. You know how freaking difficult that would be?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah, this is not. This will be going in a glass case. But yeah, this is, my wife actually found one. This is not refurbished.
Wow, dude.
Everything is intact on this as it was originally back in 1880, has all 72. But you talk about amazing artwork, and it just, I have to show this off because I think about timelessness.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the important things and one of the important themes of my channel is to stop taking timeless characters and timeless stories and ripping them out and putting and injecting them into a solid time period. It bothers me. They did it with Star Wars, which broke my heart. That was I can't with Star Wars anymore. But that was my thing. Star Wars was my nerd thing. And they keep doing it. And I've seen so many people and so many franchises. They did Convoy Bebop down in the chat. Does that name sound familiar? Because it's from Cowboy Bebop, one of his favorite animes. Well, they did it to his favorite anime with Netflix. They are ripping these timeless stories and this timeless artwork out and deciding to inject it into a timed setting. Come on.
Oh, look at these Norman Rockwell.
Sir, is that a racism? They tell me, the public schools tell me that's a racism now.
It's a plate.
Wow.
This is a early 30s edition of Tom Sawyer. We did this last time I was on the show.
We did. But when we're getting into into artwork and things that are truly great, I think what we're all going for is something that can stand the test of time, or am I reaching a little too
No,
far?
always.
No,
Always.
absolutely.
I think that's the point of this all.
Mm-hmm.
That was the difference between the 80s comics and 90s comics, right? It's like 80s comics, you get Simonson, you got Byrne, you got Paul Smith, you got George Perez, you got all these, Frank Miller, doing this phenomenal stuff that literally, even though they were doing it on this compressed time scale because, you know, they were only getting paid 40 or 70 bucks a page or whatever it was. Yeah, Brian
Mhm.
Bolland. They did this epic, awesome stuff. And then you get to the 90s, and, you know, I'm guilty as charged because that's when I started working in the industry. Man, it was just crank it out. It was crank it out, and freaking the stories were terrible. The writing was terrible. Not across the board, but usually it's like 80-20 rule, right? In the 80s, I feel like it was 50-50 or better. There was so much great stuff coming out in the 80s. And then the 90s, it was like 95-5 rule because they were just, it was this flood of money. The speculators had just gotten out of the baseball cards and gotten into comics, and Superman died, and everybody wanted 4,000 copies of that. And then all this stuff just came, and they were just pumping stuff. They were hiring everybody who could hold a pen between their toes to freaking work on stuff. That's how I got into the industry, you know. I was a 20-year-old kid. They're like, here, draw a book.
Well, the same thing happened with baseball cards in the 80s. Baseball cards, the market got flooded. There was so much mass production.
Yeah. And that's what happened because baseball cards were in collector stores with comics, and it's like they just shifted from baseball cards to comics.
Yep.
And there's just so much crap. There's good stuff in the 90s. Not, you know, don't get me wrong. But most of it is just this awful, awful dreck, and it just destroyed the art form in a very real way. My opinion. You don't have to listen to me. I'm sure you guys love some 90s comics too, but
again, I've always been a TV and television, TV and movie guy. I grew up with the animated series, like X-Men, Spider-Man, Superman the animated series, Batman the animated series, Iron Man the animated series, which nobody remembers the animated.
Dude,
Hulk
I remember
series.
that.
Yeah.
The animated Iron Man where it had like Spider Woman in it. And it's like, I am Iron Man.
Yes.
Yep.
Iron Man. Yeah, I remember it. I'm a child of the 90s as well.
Yep.
So.
okay.
How old are you?
Hold on, I
I always thought you were older than I am.
How old do you think I am?
I'm
Insulting Shed.
older than me. No, I was born in 91, so
Okay, so
I'm a
85
young
I
child.
was born in.
Okay.
So
You're
I got the
closer to my
80s and
brother.
90s.
Yeah, you're closer to my brother's age. You're closer to my brother's age then. But yeah,
okay. I have to share something with you.
I feel
I'm
old.
51 years old, so
Thank God.
my Marvel cartoons of my youth consisted of this.
are you gonna get me copyright stricken?
No.
Yes.
Oh, I remember this. No, so I remember.
This was my youth, all right.
The whole cop.
No. So here's what's so cool about that, and here's why I can say I remember that, is because when I was a kid and you were running a high temperature and you couldn't sleep through the night, and you were like, Mom, Dad, can I just watch TV? I can't sleep. And you had one of those really high kid temperatures that would kill a normal adult, and they're just like, yeah, sweetheart, you can watch it. So you just sit up all night and watch TV, and you're flipping through the normal channels because you don't have cable. And they would show the really, really old cartoons. So I used to, when I was sick, it'd be like 3 o'clock in the morning. They would show like the original Superman cartoon, the original Hulk. They would do the, was it Justice Society no. What was the original Justice League? Was it the original Justice League?
You
Super
talking about
Friends.
Super
Thank
Friends?
you. Super Friends. Yeah. Sorry. They would show the original Super Friends. Guys, this is like 25 years ago. Okay. Cut me some slack.
Yeah.
But they would show the original Super Friends.
was new for me when I was like, in middle school.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Meanwhile.
Meanwhile, meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice.
Yep.
No, absolutely. But I
And then you watch Caddyshack and you're like, that's the guy.
Oh, we got the gopher dance.
there you go. I was waiting for somebody to say it. Oh. But no, and it's just there's so many good things out there, and it's one of the things I've been, I want, as arrogant as this sounds, with the way that the Iron Age is moving, and with the what I feel is a large amount of attention to my channel, more than it's ever had. I feel like I could be a part of actually creating or helping to be a part of the movement that creates fantastic storytelling for my kids as they grow up, or potentially even my grandkids. And that is part of the reason why I push as hard as I am on this channel. That's why, I wake up at 3:45 in the morning. Who gives a damn? It's time to do a video. Sleep is for the weak at this point. And that's just how I feel. If I can be a part of doing something, just shouting out the people who are creating the next big thing. I don't need to be the giant, who has the shoulders that somebody is going to stand on one day. I wouldn't mind being the stepping stone in the garden for that giant to step on to get to where they're going. I got no issues being that guy. And if I can be that guy, I'm honored to be that guy, and I want to be that guy. And that's really how I feel. There's a different energy about this Iron Age thing. There's something really different happening here.
And I think the standing on shoulders of giants things, I think one of the problems that we've seen over the years is that these properties, have gotten diluted and kind of pillaged. I mean, that's really how I feel about it, whether for financial or ideological reasons. And if instead of one of the things I like about the Iron Age is that instead of like standing on like one person, it's just not just one person's success, which I want to see, of course, but I want to see a lot of different people. So it's like not one pair of shoulders, but hundreds. You know what I mean? And we're all just kind of lifting each other up. And it's been a really, I mean, I don't know. I'm really excited about it. I was talking to my folks today. Actually, I was like, I really feel like there's some good energy here that we could do something broader, because I want to see not just a couple of trilogies or even a dozens of books from Shad, but I want to see, all of these different people with enough content to keep people busy, like we said, throughout our entire, like through our kids' childhoods and through our grandkids' childhoods, and just keep producing stuff. And I really think that the opportunity is there. So I'm excited.
I said earlier, I felt like this was ordained. I really do feel like there is a God movement here that is doing things. I mean, stuff behind the scenes that you guys aren't privy to, that Shad has knowledge of, that just stuff happening that it was like, how did that happen? This is so, like, I didn't have a hand in that or anything. And like, things are just happening. And it's like, I can't take credit for any of this. And it's just like moving forward. And it's like, get on. We're moving. It's going. Right.
Yeah, I've spoken with my mom about this, and I'm like, Mom, I wish I could be that guy that God was like, hey, just carefully lay out your plan over the course of the next few years. And no, God usually is like, hey, go. And I'm like, oh God, all right.
Get on the train,
right now.
right?
Yeah. Every time I don't, I get fucked. Every time, every single time. And I'm like, God, a little bit of notice would be nice, but I just
work like that.
No, it doesn't. But that's what this feels
But
like.
look
It's like,
what
hey,
look over here. Look what I had planned.
yeah.
Come on, God.
Yeah, it was like,
That way.
and he's just like, listen, that's what I like to call God going, chop chop. But that's what it feels like. Is, hey, you asked me to show you the way. Here's the way, and you're like, but but what about this way? And he's like,
Sometimes
Yeah.
if you don't take the
If I
door,
could
you
add-
start to burn down the building around you.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, let's
If
go.
I could add 2 words to the Bible right at the very end of Revelation, I would put, "Let's go."
Yeah.
let's go.
The ultimate Giga Chad.
I'm glad that other people feel well, and I was talking with, Richard about this. I think on our first stream together. What was that? 2 or 3 weeks ago now?
This is the third Friday.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Long time ago.
Iron Age Media has graciously offered to pretty much be the co-host of this. Oh, which by the way, Shad, you are in the inaugural episode of Iron Age Nights.
I noticed this is number 1, the official
This
number
is
1.
this is the
Yes.
official number 1.
Yeah.
The
Now,
origin
should it be
story.
nights like nighttime or knights as in knights with armor?
Dude, who are you asking?
I know,
Dude,
I'm aware.
What do you think I'm
I'm
gonna
aware.
say?
I know.
How should I spell matriculation?
Rudiger Sampson. Here's some shekels to upgrade from Bud Light. Damn it, Mike. I have literally been drinking craft beer all night.
It's never enough.
It's never enough. But no, this is something that it feels bigger than all of us. It really does. And that's really strange to say over what is tantamount to an internet movement, right?
Mhm.
But you look at what's happening throughout the world, and not to get overly political here, but protests that I'm sure we're seeing on the news, people standing up, parents standing up,
Mhm.
although the mainstream media wants to push certain things down, and then people coming out and saying, no, good storytelling. Homeschooling in the US has skyrocketed.
Mhm.
And we homeschool. Like
Yeah, so do we.
we have 4 kids. Oh yeah, fantastic. God, I love hearing that. But no, I get excited for people who care about being parents. It makes
Yep.
me happy to hear that people want to be parents and actually want to be good parents. Like,
Well,
to no other degree, but there's something going on with all of this that is beyond us.
There's also this weird. Sorry, this is so tangential, but this is about homeschooling. Someone the other day I was talking to, and I was telling them, my kids told them how old my kids are, or it was my daughter's birthday, and they're like, they grow up so fast, and I just go, not when you homeschool them.
Yeah.
Sir,
Nice and
They
slow
take
then.
the
okay,
whole time.
you're not allowed to be that truthful on this show.
oh,
Keep it to a
man.
minimum. Just know that.
This part's gonna get edited out after.
All right. Jeff Potts for $5. Cough, cough. Looking for a stepping stone. Cough, cough.
Jeff is
Well,
a
sir, if you
phenomenal
got something,
author.
I think
Jeff
Iron
is a
Age.
phenomenal author who should hook up with you guys as well for Iron Age.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Jeff, ironage.media, link in the description,
And if you
as
could
well as
clip
me.
it out later, me saying he's a phenomenal author, because usually I'm just randomly.
Oh no,
always
now that's
getting
going to be a
into
solo video on the channel. I'm going to make that short.
3-second clip.
I hate. How do you guys feel about YouTube Shorts? Sorry to segue there. I hate them.
Yeah, not
Go,
a
Shep.
fan. So they're a very odd thing. They're on a completely different algorithm.
I can't stand
I-
shorts of any kind as far as social media and video content are concerned. I keep getting told that indie authors are making serious headway on TikTok, and I'm like, no, I can't do it.
So,
It just
How does an
can't.
author make their way in short form? That's
I don't even understand it, but it just I can't mess with that. Maybe I'm too old. I don't know.
Rudiger Sampson again for $4.99. Seriously though, thanks for everything you're doing to support independent creators. All the comics and books pitched tonight sound great. Cheers, Iron Age. Cheers to you, Rudiger Sampson.
Thank you.
I got to get Majis too.
Yeah, I'm working on it. All right, fine. I'm resting on my left arm. Maji said, Shad has spoken. Here is cider for us non-drinkers. Hey, man, Hey, I didn't
You
say
can
an
just
alcoholic.
drink Bud Light. It's okay.
Oh, mother-
I mean, you might as well just be drinking fruit juice anyway, right? So-
Yeah.
Fruit
no,
juice is too
fruit
strong.
juice is fruit juice
Yeah.
is it's my here's the thing. My wife will be like, "Hey baby, do you want me to go get you more beer?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "Good beer or bad beer?" I'm like, "Whatever." I'm like, "Baby, you decide." Like, hey, I trust my wife with the money of the house. So whatever she comes home with, I go to work, I make the money, and she literally does everything else. Her job is about 1,000 times harder than mine. She is the accountant, the cleaner, the schooler, and then literally the chauffeur for all the children's. I just go to work.
You got a good woman there.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yep.
Actually, yep, this is us. She gave this. This was an anniversary present. I
I
was streaming one night and she came up and took that. So, well, and actually, Shad, a lot of the stuff, believe it or not, on the wall. So, like this here, my wife custom made these.
Awesome.
Cool.
She also custom made this Zelda banner up here, which you can't
Yeah.
exactly see. And then this Vegeta, that sword, this Yu-Gi-Oh tin, and basically a lot of the stuff on the wall is because my wife supports me and wanted to make sure that I had something awesome behind me.
Dude, do you want to know who set out the layout of my backdrop? It's all my wife. She was the one who picks where things go. She's the one who bought all, and especially the rare, hard to get ones. She found these. I have like this is Lord of the Rings leather bound. This Silmarillion, Hobbit, and Tolkien, and it was printed in like the 80s. So it's actually 19. So first published this edition, 1981. Printed. So she got good women in her.
Yeah,
life.
Lee knows my wife in person. She says, and she can cook, and she can. No, well, so you found a good woman too. Man.
It's thanks to her this graphic novel is back on track. Without her, it would still be in limbo.
I can confirm that.
Yes.
I totally forgot Shad's wife's name. And then like a year later, I start getting these emails from Mary. And it's like, oh, Shad's got me working on this thing to get everything through. I'm like, yeah. And she's like on the ball and getting everything. I'm like, let's go. I'm just like freaking. And I'm like, hey, Shad. And then he mentioned her name somewhere. I'm like, oh, that's your wife. I
hate doing
You
that.
gotta hide like a
someone who's
professional
really
assistant
good.
or
Yeah.
something.
Swiss Army wives, man.
Dude,
She's amazing.
it's I tell everybody, find yourself, for the men out there. It may be harder now today than when I found my wife 12 years ago, but find yourself a good woman and keep her and show her that you appreciate her. That's the biggest thing. Show her that you appreciate her. Don't be a simp for her. Well, sometimes
simp
it's
after
fun to
each
role
other.
play. It's fun
good-
to role play like that.
A good marriage, you equal simping to each other.
No, and it's so true. No, that is it's true though. I mean,
When each other, in a good relationship, if you put your spouse, their, comfort before yourself, and you're both doing that, you got a happy marriage.
no, and you do. Kikomon for $2. My life would be low sodium soy without my wife. Yep.
Legend.
Yep.
Good Kikomon.
Kikomon's I talk with him all the time in DMs and stuff, as I do a lot of people, and he shared me some pictures of him and his wife, and man, they just look like such a great couple. They just do. Kikomon's such an awesome supporter of the channel. But no, it's I don't really know where to go from there.
I met my wife in summer camp for artists in 1988.
Oh, awesome.
I kissed her for the first time on her 15th birthday.
Aww.
And I'm 51.
Wholesome.
So
my wife and I started dating on her 19th birthday, and then 3 years later got married on her birthday as well.
Nice.
I cannot forget that day.
Wait, which one?
Shut up.
Marriage?
That day in general every year. Shad, I'll have to come and live with you if I forget that day.
That'd be
That
that'd
was
be
her
real
making
bad.
sure you never forgot your anniversary right there. That's what-
Of dating and wedding and her birthday all in one day. No,
Hey guys, I am gonna have to peace out. I've been going a bit for a while. I was just coming from Friday Night Tights, but
Yeah, why did you do that?
Yeah.
I was already at the setup. I was here, and I like it. It's like
Yeah.
I've been support everyone.
Thank you for
know?
coming down, man.
Oh,
It's
my
great
pleasure,
to meet
guys.
you.
And thank you so much
face.
for the shout
Thank
out
you.
again.
Oh, like I said, my pleasure. Best of luck. All right, Royce, you're going places, and guys, great to meet you guys as well. Iron Age Media, love the website. Keeping an eye on it, man.
There
Thank
is
you.
a super chat. Hold on, Shad. Don't leave quite yet. Don't leave quite
Yep,
yet.
yep.
Just this one more, please. A
Mhm.
little something for your channel, and I really think you will go far. Would give more, but Shad's signed leatherbound aren't cheap. Also, Shad, give this channel a shout out next FNT you're on. Oh God, thank you so
Hey,
much, Sam.
It almost came up this FNT, but usually it's
Oh.
just the natural flow of the conversation. But
Yeah, did
probably-
he read the super? I sent a $20 super chat.
yeah,
Did he read it?
he didn't get to it. Gary doesn't get to it.
You gotta spend $50 to get him to read it. That's
Don't spend money on FNT to get them
It's
to read
fine,
it. If
dude,
it
don't
grows,
worry about
if
it.
it grows, it
I'm in crypto.
grows.
It's all right.
I'm gonna send
pay
Gary
my
that
tax
funny
bill.
money to get this. Shad, thank you, sir, so much for showing up.
Pleasure
And
to
this
talk
is-
to you.
Oh, it's good to meet you, mate, Daniel.
Yeah,
and
I
been my pleasure, Royce. You keep at it, mate.
I will. Can't stop, won't stop.
All right,
Yeah,
and
hit-
Mike.
hit me back when you read all that stuff.
Yeah, we'll talk. All right, see you guys.
Have a good one.
Have a good night. Holy crap. So yeah, I don't really know where to go from here. We've covered a lot of topics so far. We've covered everything from books, God, marriages.
You know what's
Art,
really
right?
funny is I sent Shad a message on Discord and then I emailed him, and then he wrote me on Twitter and he's like, "Hey Mike, you want me to join you on the Iron Age night stream? I got some time." I just copy pasted what I wrote over there.
Ram says, "Take my money, Caucasian man." Ram
Yeah,
is such a cool dude, man. He's in our D&D on Gilded. He's such a great guy.
I was gonna say, yeah, I have with Iron Age Media, I kind of split between two emails because I didn't properly set up a email through the domain initially. So I'm getting emails there. I've got like Twitter and all these Discord. I love Discord, but I also hate it. Man, the Gilded
always
as
have
well.
one.
It's like all these things just jumbling together.
Mhm.
I made a decision very quickly that I'm going to focus on obviously YouTube. I have to. For right now, Rumble and Odyssey, they just auto grab what YouTube does. So I'm just going to let that happen. But I'm going to focus on my YouTube, my Gilded, and my locals. And then Twitter is a way to reach out to other members of the community like Mike, Shad, John. So Twitter is kind of important for that purpose. For my subscribers, it's YouTube, Gilded, and locals. If I go any further than that, it gets too much. And all I want people to use my locals for is they don't have to pay me there. They can follow it for free. Just leave the locals notifications on because YouTube sucks at notifying people. So hey dude, I didn't get a notification. Well, do you have locals? Well, no, I don't want another app. Okay. But literally all you have to use it for is just to get notified. You don't even have to use the app. It'll just say YouTube notification, clear the app, go to YouTube, click on my channel and find the video. You know what I mean? And that's what I found that's the best way that I can use locals right now because time being dominated by other things. But yeah, it's getting, I feel like you're getting busier and busier and busier, Rich, than I thought I was getting.
Yeah.
Like I've been seeing the amount of attention you've been getting lately, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't envy.
Well, I want to try and give everybody as much attention. I kind of have been feeling guilty because there's so many people, and like Bane Books sent me some ebooks, and they've been super friendly, and I like Bane. I think they're kind of an excellent,
Rich, one
intermediate.
second. Frequency Studios for $2. How do I follow you guys on Gilded? I just dropped my Gilded server link down below. And from there, you can find Iron Age Media because he is also there and he can drop his link below, or you can send it to me however you want to do that. And then we
Yeah, you
have
can
one
just at
more.
me.
Yeah, I can at you definitely. So yeah, just find those gilded links. Toxic Crusader. This was one hell of a first episode. Iron Age Knights number 2. We'll have some high expectations. Oh joy!
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll have to get Razor Fist on here.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody can swing that. That'd be.
He's sweating now. Look at him.
I'll slide in his DMs again, but we'll see. No,
He
I
commented on one of my videos. Sorry, go on. I'm sorry.
Oh,
man,
I was just gonna say, I just get, there's so many people out there who are writing like good stuff, and I feel actually kind of bad that I didn't shout it out until just now. But we have our prompt, like our September prompt competition or voting going on. So all of the short stories, of which I think there were 18. But there's like 18 short stories that were submitted the last week of August and then all of September, and the voting ends tomorrow at midnight. And it's like every one of those was a very enjoyable read. And you know, I've got articles coming in, and like the guy who did the logo for me has a web comic, and he's from Brazil. And you know, I'm trying to like basically write a good article for him, and I'm trying to cover you guys. And it's like there's just a lot going on. So I'm like, there's like so many balls up in the air at the moment. It's all just gonna like come down in a hail on me.
I'm like the most peaceful guy in this group.
Yeah,
like,
right.
I write every day.
You said you were gonna write an article for Iron Age Media, and I was like, hell yeah. And
I think I committed myself to that as well. I did, however, say it would be few and far between, but
well, I'm going to do more than one. That's why I was talking to Royce in the beginning of the show. I started hardcore pushing through these last 2 weeks worth of prompts so that I could spend a couple of days writing a few articles for you to, you know, add to Iron Age Media and kind of tide over a little bit, give me some breathing room so I can get some more work done.
Mm-hmm.
So
do you also have an aggregator for like articles related to Iron Age projects?
No, it's all manual right now. Nobody uses RSS hardly, and it's very hard to find sites that are only Iron Age related, right? So that's
no, but like particular articles. Like there were some articles, and I wrote them on Christian Toto, on Toto Hollywood. And Toto.
Hollywood
okay.
and Toto. Yeah.
I love Hollywood and Toto. I used to listen to him back when I was in Colorado. He used to be a regular guest once a week.
Yeah, anytime I'm like, hey, I got an article idea, he's like, all right. So I've only done.
No, he's great. Yeah,
anybody
Christian
like
Toto's
that, I would love to have like affiliates and also, you know,
I
people
can
that
send them
don't
the
mind
link
me
if you want.
rehosting their content.
That'd be great.
Things like that. But yeah,
I could send Ben Shapiro the link, but I don't think he'd come on.
No,
probably
it's more that it's more the fact that I cannot believe the amount of attention this little channel has gotten. It's barely over 1,000 subscribers, which in the YouTube space is incredibly small still. It's massive compared to what it was 3 months ago. But 3 months ago, I never would have imagined that I would have had Shad or Mike or John on the channel, or have had Razor Fist comment on the channel, or have had, you know, Clownfish TV share the channel. Like, there's a lot of very, very big creators that have noticed and had participation in the channel that would not have guessed 3 months ago.
well, I also think it's kind of interesting that there's a lot of like, you know, you go into a lot of creative spaces, and there's not as many like families, you know what I mean? And here we are. It's like I only have 2 kids. I'm like the low number of the you know what I mean?
I only
Try
have
harder.
one.
Wait,
Yeah.
what's the middle?
So-
What's the middle school argument? I bet I could prove I had 6 more than you did.
Yeah, right. But you know, it's I think that it really is kind of it's interesting. It sort of feeds into, not to get into politics, but I think that there is sort of a growing awareness amongst parents that, like, okay, there's actually some problems, and we can't just, you know, kind of like autopilot our kids, you know.
Yeah.
And that's definitely something that I've been feeling for a while. But I think it's growing beyond just sort of maybe the traditional spaces that like homeschooling has had, where it's maybe a more religious angle on things, which, of course, nothing wrong with that. But I would say a lot of the new homeschooling is obviously not religiously motivated. It's more
There's-
ideologically motivated.
Yeah, since
Yeah.
COVID,
Yeah.
and then people realize what kind of freaking absolute hellholes their local public schools are, and it's something I've realized compared. I went to public schools growing up. What a
Mhm.
phenomenal waste of time when you
Yeah.
have the amount of work you have to get done in any given day homeschooling, and you're like, well, that took an hour and a half. Why are my
Yeah.
kids at school for 8 hours being
Mhm.
indoctrinated?
Oh, it's
and
incredible, isn't it?
Smoking pot behind the freaking bleachers, and
We
you
have
know.
4 kids, and it takes us 3 to 4 hours to get 4 children, and they're all younger, through an entire day's worth of curriculum.
Mhm.
Why? How is that a thing? But you can't.
Wait until they're on autopilot, dude,
Mhm.
and they're like, here's your list of homework, and they just do it. This one's a little
No,
rougher,
they're
but
getting there. My
other
oldest
son,
is already
dude, he'll
there.
just sit down and get it done
Mm-hmm.
My
so that he
oldest
can play
is there.
games. You
Yeah,
know,
we have been homeschooling since before COVID because for lack of a better term, I fucking hate the government. Anyway. Anyway, keep
I'm
them
with
on
you.
for $5 before I go on this rant. Iron Age Media, can you check James Craig work? He has some material. I'm not a fiction reader and didn't read it, but reach him if you can. Yeah, James Craig is in the Gilded, and I believe you're already in touch with him, maybe.
Yeah, he's in my Gilded, and he's sent some stuff in, and yeah, I'm chatting with him, and he wants to come on and all that jazz. So yeah, I've already going to talk to you about him, and we'll get some stuff up on the site.
Oh, I want to pass this rule to you, Rich and Daniel, because you guys seem to be my co-hosts at this point, which I'm totally fine with that because thank you. I have a rule. We can have anybody on that we need to, but at least one of us has had to at least read some of, or a good chunk of what, these authors who are reaching out to us. So if Daniel says, hey, I got a guy, I've been reading his stuff, it's really good, I've got questions, I can lead us into them,
Yeah.
I can definitely do that. I have a whole group on Discord.
Yeah.
That's
my wife is like wanting to join that, by the way.
Yeah, this is, but yeah, the homeschool thing, what you were saying with children, with parents wanting to get involved in what's going on with their kids, which is terrifying that parents didn't want to, it didn't feel like parents wanted to do that for the last 20 years. My parents did. I mean, 50% of my schooling was homeschooling because my parents were like, no, your education is garbage and we can do it better. And they did do it better.
I was raised in public school.
I did that. I did a very, very poor private school. Very poor. I'm surprised they keep the lights on, but it was all it was, I think they took donations from some of the parents to help raise money, but it was a good education. We did. Let's see how old you guys are. Maybe none of you guys know this. Does anybody know the name the McGuffey Readers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I don't recognize that one.
No.
Are those like the Cliff's Notes?
Nope. I can go get them. They are. I believe the last printed versions were in the 1940s, but they were books to teach children how to read, punctuate, and all that stuff.
Wait. You actually still have them?
I can go get them. My wife and I bought some for our kids because I said, "Hey, these are incredible," and man. I can go get them. I will be right back.
That is amazing. Yeah, I understand the psychological strain on parents because I was both a teacher and a parent of a student in public school, so I saw both sides of the equation, and it's a horror show. I mean, I took my daughter out third grade. I took her out 3rd grade and enrolled her in a cyber school because I wasn't sure that I could devote enough time to homeschooling as a single parent. So
Yeah, that would be that would be very difficult.
Eclectic Readers, primer
yep.
through 6th revised editions.
So, and you can see here, they go from very, very thin books.
Yeah.
Seems like the kids have not put them the proper way. But these
What's
are
the book?
actually,
Surprise.
but these are for obviously young children. This is for
Yep.
the youngest,
Mhm.
right? Goes through your ABCs, illustrated to show kids how to read. This is fantastic for teaching them.
Mhm.
But yep,
There's
these
And the
also
sheer
that-
amount of
there's-
lessons in that
There's
small
also that
box.
that
Yeah.
drop off from your first kid down to your 5th kid, where you're like your first kid. I was literally teaching Elijah to read when he was 2.5
Mhm.
because I'm like, I'm gonna make sure this kid knows everything before he goes into anything, blah blah blah. And so I bought the
you were so
phonics
much better of a
system
parent than
and
I
all
am.
that stuff. And he's learning all of these he's learning to read. And my brother's like, why are you teaching him at 2.5? I'm like, because he can learn.
Well,
It's like,
and
why
okay.
wouldn't you teach them if they can learn that stuff? And then by the 5th kid, you're like, whatever.
well, but because they learn so much faster from their older siblings.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yes,
Because
Yeah.
my youngest right now, she has 3 older siblings that she learns from and keeps up with them.
Mhm.
You know, and my oldest, she's a little bit arrogant, a little bit narcissistic. Wonder where she gets that from. But she wants to show up her younger brothers and sisters, and so she just
Oh, yeah.
excels at certain things. Like, it's so interesting when you have brothers and sisters and you have that sibling rivalry when it comes to knowledge and learning.
Mhm.
Because they'll come at you with things as a parent, you're just like, wait, hold on. We're about 3 years away from what you're asking me right now. Daddy's brain needs to get rewired. What did you just say? Well, Dad, if you actually take this number and divide it by, okay, all right.
Yeah. It's so
It's
great because my 2
insane.
oldest are 21 and 20 now. And so when these guys need help with algebra or
Mhm.
calculus, whatever the hell they're doing, I look at it and I'm like,
Something with numbers.
yeah,
You're a
ask
words
your
guy.
brother.
Yeah,
Like,
you're
ask
right.
them. I haven't done this in 30 years. I don't remember any of this crap. Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's
Not a lot of calculus in the art industry.
no, really not. Oddly,
No.
oddly enough.
No.
You had to
That's
calculate the
weird.
area of
You would
the
think
curve.
colors and letters would have something to do with numbers.
You wanna hear this is just like it was like a moment of wisdom with my children scenario. It's really weird. Like this one here, he's like the middle kid. He's like a second oldest kid. And you know how like kids have their
Mhm.
they just have this
a
pattern of, like,
hierarchy?
middle
Yeah.
kid. Right. So it's weird because he's like a second oldest kid, because he's got 2 younger siblings. He doesn't act like a middle child at all. Right. And I think it was because after he was born, for a little while, my 2 older kids started acting up like crazy. Like I'd never seen them acting up and doing all this stuff before. And I just took them both outside and I sat them down on my lap and I just asked, because it just dawned on me. I'm like, are you acting like this because Isaac's getting all the attention? And they were both just like,
Yeah.
they were perfectly aware of what they were doing.
Mhm.
And I just explained to him, I'm like, look, when you were born, you got all the attention. When Eden was born, she got all the attention.
Daniel got it.
His turn. So when he's a little older, it'll all even out again. And okay.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay. And they
Yeah.
totally just stopped acting up.
I said this I can't remember if it was a live stream or video, but I was like, man, kids, talk to children the way that you wish you were talked to as an adult.
Yeah, they're not stupid.
Absolutely.
No, they're not. They're people. They're
Mhm.
just people.
Mhm.
And if you talk to children with respect, not necessarily the respect as an equal, but the respect as a person, right? Because I feel like if you talk to a child as a child, that's less than the respect of a person, if I can just qualify that. But if you just talk to children as if they're people and they are deserving of your time and not a nuisance to your time, the results that you're getting are incredible. The result. So my son, he's 9. Gets a lawn mowing job this last summer, right? I teach him hard work. I go out and I do all the edging and the trimming, and he just run the lawnmower. My wife calls me one day and she says, "You're going to be so proud of your son." And I was like, "Why?" And she goes, "Well, he told me something today." And I'm like, "Okay." So he went out to one of his friend's house, and his friend's mom decided that they were going to go to Dairy Queen and it was okay for him to come along. And so he went to Dairy Queen with the parent, and his friend's mom went to go, order, and said, "Oh, Royce, what do you want? I got this." And he said, "No." He said, "I make my own money now, and men need to pay for their own stuff." And so he pulled out his wallet from his lawn mowing job at
love it.
9 years old.
Nice.
Attaboy.
And handed the
That's
money
awesome.
over and paid for his own ice cream. Dude, I'm sitting here at
Face.
work like, fucking allergies, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm just like, I was a pretty good kid, but I don't think I was that good.
Well,
Like, holy shit. Like, and I'm just sitting here. If you just treat, and it's these little small moments that just make me think, wow, if I just treat my children like people and not children, they'll get it.
yeah, and I think so. One thing I've talked about with some folks who don't have families or who are more, kind of in the creative vein of things, is that I'm like, probably the most important thing, like the most important job I have is being a father. And that's probably going to be like raising 2 kids. If I can raise them the absolute best that I can, like that's like, hopefully that's the most important thing that I've ever done with my life.
Mhm.
And I think that,
Agreed.
for all of the, like the creativity and the culture and everything else, like that is super important. And I want to do that. But at the end of the day, I really still think that with very rare exception, the most important thing any parent does is raise their kid properly,
Yeah.
and that's huge.
Mhm.
So, it just goes back to the fact that there's a lot more parents and families involved with this movement. It just, I don't know exactly how to encapsulate it, but it's really
It's
interesting.
nothing. It's if
very different.
nothing you do matters if you didn't raise your kids right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's so biblical because
100%.
it's like in the Bible it says that you can't be a bishop, you can't be a pastor, you can't lead a church if you raised your kids bad. If your kids are out there, I'm paraphrasing obviously. If your kids
No, it
kids
sounds
are jacked
exactly,
up,
that sounds exactly
if you
like,
couldn't raise your kids, you can't raise this church,
Mhm.
right? And it's the same
Oh,
thing
I know the
across
way-
the board, man. It's like that's your first obligation, right?
Yeah. Well, and it is, and for those men and women out there who, well, I'm not a father or I'm not a mother yet, so I can't contribute to that. The Big Brother Big Sister programs are out there for people to contribute.
Yeah.
True.
You can help be a part of the next generation. It may not be your kids, but there are programs out there
Mhm.
for people to get involved in ways that
Church,
you may
YMCA,
yeah, exactly.
right?
Yeah, there's
Exactly.
huge gaps right now all over
Exactly.
the place.
And everybody needs somebody, right? I mean, right now my time is dominated by, with my family, my wife and my kids. But for those out there who are looking for some extra meaning in their life, and maybe they want to go out there and help somebody else, look into maybe being a mentor for somebody.
Mhm.
Look at, hey, I'm a nerd. I want to start a comic book community for kids that need it. Let's give them escape from maybe the for lack of a better term, the shit lives that a lot of their parents are putting them through.
Mhm.
But maybe you can be that escape for people. Maybe you can be that change,
Yeah. And
It's
just being there. It's not like you have to be freaking, you don't have to be Thomas Aquinas.
Yeah.
You don't have to have all the
Ooh.
answers, right?
Not too many people mention Thomas Aquinas. Hello, good
right.
sir.
You don't have to be.
Talk about him all the time in my circles.
You don't have to be C.S. Lewis or whatever. You could just be there and be part of it. Like I was a youth leader. I'm taking the year off, but I've been a youth leader at my church for 7 years. And you know that pounding on the window you heard earlier?
Yeah.
That was one of the kids that I saw through high school, who's now like, hanging out with my kids in their postgraduate time. And it's like, I was there. I helped this kid through, that stage of their life. And some of those kids, some of those different kids glom onto different people for different reasons. And it's like someone out there needs you, right?
Yes.
But they're not going to find you if you're just sitting on your couch watching Netflix.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I
Thing I
think
tell
you're
aspiring
absolutely right.
authors all the time is somebody out there wants to read your story that you want to create, and they're never going to unless you put it down.
All right.
Yep, absolutely. And there's so many, like I think that one thing that's important to keep in mind is that, everybody talks about like the greats, but there's also a lot of times where there's just these little niche stories and they will reach very specific people and they might mean different things than they meant to you if you're the creator of them, But I think that I think that so much of our current culture is so negative, especially regarding children and regarding families and everything else, that just putting a little bit of positivity out there is a huge thing.
Yep.
My wife and I feel that it is so weird that people look at us as strange because we have more than one or two kids. And we just and it's just because we're like, well, we don't even really have that big of a family. But in today's society, my God, we might as well be walking around with 2 heads, 3 eyes. And
where do you live?
Currently,
the state.
Currently, we live in Iowa. We came from Colorado.
I'm in California with 5 kids.
Oh, dude, but it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go.
Martian.
When we,
Yeah.
Well, no, but that's the thing is, so we were the same way in I was born and raised in Colorado, right? I'm almost 3 generations in Colorado, and I say almost 3 because my grandfather was brought to Colorado when he was 3 months old back in 1936. So, but. No, we're the same way out there. Everybody. I get the question all the time. Oh, you got 4 kids. You know what? You know how that happens, right? He. Dude, shut the I'm so fucking tired of hearing that. I'm like, yeah, because I love my wife. Well, I love my wife too. Apparently not enough, motherfucker. Anyway.
There you go.
They're like, that's where I'm at. But keep them on for $5. Keep supporting each other and spread the good message. Glad to hear these conversations make creation artistic again. That's the goal. And he didn't mention soy. Kikomon, you're failing us. You didn't mention soy.
Speaking of creators, I was going to say there's a question from TJ Morgan.
I did see that. In the private
Did
chat.
that ever get read? I was going to say I grabbed it.
It did not get read, but we can read it right now. So
Crack and eggs glorify in being a Virgin American.
What's going on?
You are pure. Crack and egg says, sorry, I didn't mean to be a Virgin American. That's good. Your parents are proud of you.
Yeah, no, like that's not a bad. I don't understand. Okay, let's read TJ Morgan's post before I have a conniption fit on ourselves. Dude, I about had a conniption fit on that one. So TJ Morgan says, what advice would you give to young aspiring authors who are looking for an audience?
Talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, one thing that I've noticed is that the people who have reviewed work, who've put in articles about other people's work,
Mike, you better look. You better fucking look.
Look at it.
Look at
and,
it. Wait.
and so on and so forth. Like people who
It's not
like
an
put themselves
IPA, is
out-
it?
No, God, no.
No.
Fuck.
Oh, good. Man.
IPAs are for commies and hipsters. What the fuck do you
Yeah.
take me for?
Seriously.
I
Yeah.
tell my brother loves IPAs and he's the most rah America guy I know. And I tell him that all the time. He's drinking IPA. I'm like, you know what IPAs are good for, right? And he goes, what? I'm like, commies
like-
and hipsters.
Yeah, it's like someone drank a real beer and then threw up in a can.
I tell people, if you want to know what an IPA tastes like, just go outside and lick a pine cone. Same thing.
Yeah, there you
Do
go.
you know how IPAs were invented?
Yeah, it's because all the beer malts going from
Went
India
bad.
back to Britain would like rot over time,
Right.
and it
So they threw a crap ton of hops in it to try to
And
get
called it
rid
good.
of the fact that it
Ugh.
was spoiled beer.
yeah, and it was yeah. That's why it's called an IPA. It's called an India Pale Ale. It should be called an ill pale ale. Ugh.
I'm gonna yank it back over real quick. Though.
I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah.
it's all right.
Bring us back
But,
on track, Richard.
I'm
I was
sorry,
gonna say,
Richard.
I just wanted to say that the thing is that with these new creators, I've seen at least through the website, like people love having articles written about their stuff, or they love having their stuff talked about. So one of the things I think is that a lot of authors, because a lot of the advice is like, you know, you go out and you write blogs about your book, and you write, you know, this about your book, and you go and you talk about, you know, your book, and you basically everything is about your book. But I think that it's important to, and I'm not saying not to ever talk about your own work, of course, but I think it's also important to kind of like spread the love around a little bit, because people are really you know, excited to see other people talking about their work, because it's a you know, I mean, that's one of the big reasons that authors and just creators create, is that they want to share their vision with people. So yeah, go ahead, Royce. Sorry.
I know, and I wanted to add this because it's very pertinent to what you were talking about right now. Everybody
I'll
wants
go
to
last.
share their stuff, right?
This
Guys, children are screaming. Did you hear my daughter just screaming right now?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I'm just glad it's not mine.
They sound like they're getting murdered, but they're not, I swear. Or they could be. And I need to run upstairs really quickly. And anyway, one of the things that I had mentioned earlier is 3 months ago, I never would have imagined Shad Brooks being on this channel. I would not have imagined Mike Miller being on this channel. My channel, I have dedicated it to sharing other people's work. That's it. I don't care about sharing my stuff. I don't care about sharing my story or the music that I used to do. If people want to ask about it, they can. If people want to ask, you know, I'll shout out sometimes like, hey, I can do interviews because I've done interviews in the past on my old channel. If you want to go see what I used to do, here it is. This channel is dedicated to sharing other people's stuff. And for some reason, that seems to be the thing that is drawing people to the channel.
Mhm.
So if I can only offer that little bit of wisdom to somebody, don't just be out there for yourself. I do this channel for two reasons. One, I hope the first and foremost, it would be amazing if it became successful enough that I could be at home with my wife, with my kids, and actually actively participate in the homeschooling that we talked about.
Mhm.
And two, I do this because I believe in what other people are building, and they need a fucking megaphone, and I can be that fucking megaphone. So don't just be in it for yourselves. And it's hard to do that sometimes. And I know, because back when I was doing my band, I did the same thing.
Mhm.
And it got me nowhere. You've got to be humble about what you do, and you have to be gracious about those who are here for you, and gracious to share those, you know, who may not be where you are, you know.
Yeah.
And that's just with what you were saying, I felt that fit in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been kind of racking my brain because I know that for writers, it is the hardest thing to get anybody to pay attention to your work because there's no artwork involved in what you're doing unless you're doing a comic book, in which case they're reading the words associated with the art, whatever it is. What happened with Jeff Potts there? I never read any of his stuff until he sent me to Amazon, or I think it was Amazon, whatever. He sent me to an audio sample. This might have been on Audible. And I listened to the Audible sample of his work and I'm like, oh crap, I want to read this book.
Mm-hmm.
If you can hire somebody, it doesn't even have to be a professional guy, just somebody with a good voice, good cadence who can read vocally, make a
Not
YouTube
me.
video of somebody
Nope.
reading your
Not me.
book and put
Mhm.
some associated or some kind of illustrations or pictures or a freaking sunset, who cares, whatever it is, and just be like, hey, do you want to try my book? And then send them that audio
Mhm.
and they can just sit there while they're washing the dishes or freaking mowing the lawn or whatever. Not mowing the lawn, whatever.
Nope, no bullshit. Mowing lawn. I throw my earbuds
mowing
in.
the lawn. There you go.
That is,
there you go.
I am not even screwing with you. That is like one of the most perfect time. It's winter time now, so I can't do it. But that's one of the most perfect times to listen to something because you
Mhm.
don't want to listen to the lawnmower. So you put your earbuds in, you turn the phone up a little bit, and you just listen and you just go.
Yeah.
But yeah, you give somebody 5 to 10 minutes of your book, and if it's good, if it's crap, they won't read it. But if it's good, they'll be like, oh man, I want to read this book. So I think that's probably a good way to get people to actually pay attention, because just
Yeah.
sticking a block of text in front of somebody is a very difficult way to get them.
Yeah, that's great advice. I hadn't even thought about something like that.
Yeah, neither
May
did
I
honestly.
interject for just a second, guys? Keep on for $5. I know it has been up, but I did say that super chats supersede all of us. May all those who drink the soy of Iron Age rise their soy-filled heads and spit upon the foreign sauces. Too much soy, time to fail. Congrats on bingo. Sorry, I started losing it. I was like, oh, he didn't talk about soy in his last super chat. Keep him on for
Just saving it
$5.
up for the end.
Quadruples down.
Thank you so much, man.
That might be a good service for Iron Age Media when you have novels
Yeah.
on the show or on the website. Have that,
My
there's
love,
a bunch of guys
we're
that
not
are out there
talking
that do
about
it for
me
free,
right
you know?
now. I'm sorry, my wife decided
Uh-oh.
to chime in.
It got called out.
I did.
So got roasted.
Oh yeah. No, dude, she will yell at me. She's like, no, I wanted to mow the lawn. I'm like, or what'll happen? I'll be like, yeah, baby, I'll mow the lawn this weekend. I'll come home and the lawn's already mowed. And she's like, yeah, I just figured, we could spend some time and I didn't want you mowing the lawn. And then she pulls shit like that where she's just like, oh, I mowed the lawn. And I'm like, you said you wanted family time. Only so she could roast me on YouTube that she didn't know that I was going to have. How do women do that?
She got you.
I was going to say, I was going to type a message, but I'll just say it, I was going to say, we might need to have an article about kind of like the history of A Drink with Crazy and where Royce has come from and how he came up. So maybe we could get an inside ear on all the, the dirty laundry and everything else. So
Talk to her.
The lies you tell.
Here's the thing.
lawns.
I could not a lot of dirty laundry on that one, but
I'm looking more for you didn't actually mow the lawn kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Not about your coke habit or anything.
Oh yeah. Shut up about my coke habit.
Do you have a PO box, Royce?
I don't. I'm working on getting one set up.
Yeah, you should do that, and then people could send you real beer.
Yeah. I literally just. Okay. Talk to my wife. She buys it. Baby, you're in the chat. He's telling me you don't buy me real beer.
Yeah. Say you just need to buy him some stout beers so he drinks them slower. There you go.
I got some right there.
I mean,
I got a stout or two up there.
It's like eating a slice of bread. No, I was gonna say
Without a
Really,
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
if you that one actually that one of the best stouts that I have ever had is called Sweet Little Smile. It's a bourbon barrel aged stout, 14%.
That sounds good.
Oh, it is so good. It's and they only serve it out of the tap at Verboten Brewing in Loveland, Colorado. Oh my god.
I had a
oh
chocolate coffee stout one time that was just amazing.
Are you a
can't
stout?
do coffee stouts? I
I
don't know
love
why.
stouts,
Or chocolate stouts. I don't know. I just don't. They don't do it for me.
Samuel Smith's oatmeal stout. It is an old school English stout that they brew the old school way. They put it in the big stone,
that sounds
like the
interesting.
big stone open vats, and they sit there and they stir it the old school way, dude. It is for a lesser expensive stout, and like you would look at the price tag for people who aren't used to beers that expensive. It's really good. Samuel Smith's oatmeal stout. I've had their I think it's their chocolate stout. I don't like it as much, but if you're more into the chocolate stouts, maybe you would. But the oatmeal stout is it's so good. That was
Your wife is lambasting me, by the way.
Get him.
I'm gonna tell you right now, dude. If you have ever seen, I promise you don't want her to really lambast you because, dude, she will go after SJWs on Twitter with a fucking broadsword, and I am telling you, she is the best person I have ever seen just eviscerate people online.
Awesome.
So, and what's so funny too is she agrees with all the stuff we're saying, right? This entire arm is sleeved up. She wears, she goes and, she cuts up and like she bleach dyes her shirt. This arm is dedicated to family. And then this arm is dedicated to Iron Maiden. Like she has had her hair every different kind of color. She's got gauged earrings. She's a big titty goth girl. Let's not bury the lead here. She is totally opposite of what you would think. She calls me the other day because we got screwed over by the state of Colorado with a title thing with our cars, so we couldn't get license plates here in Iowa. Iowa tells us how expensive they are. She calls me and she goes, "Fuck these government motherfuckers. I don't want to give them money." And she's crying. She's like, "I hate them so much. These are games that they're playing. I don't want to give these government assholes more of our money. Fuck these people." And she looks exactly like the type of person that would not say that. And I love her for it. It's amazing.
She sounds like my niece.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, congratulations to her, to your niece, for breaking stereotypes, because that's fucking important. It really is. That's great.
I was gonna say, Mike, I'm gonna start doing more prompts in November, I think. Yeah, I know. I saw that one.
Hi, babe. Hey, babe, did you miss Shad on my channel when I told you that Shadiversity was here?
You need to just admit defeat.
I'm
done.
done.
Back away slowly, Royce. Back away slowly.
No, no, that's
no. But I think in November, if text prompts are good for the artistic side of things, I'll give it a whirl. And then I think I might also set up like small reading sections. So if there's, this one's probably going to be a little bit more of a reach in terms of getting people, but letting people do some short readings and things like that. And
wait. I have to ask this question. So do you mean, as in short readings, are you opening up a section for artists, for novelists or comic book artists to share short sections of their book as a way to hook people in?
That's not a bad idea, but no,
Okay.
not right now. I was thinking about prompts, like explicitly just prompts. So
sorry,
like,
porn bots everywhere.
Hey, that's we're in the big times now.
Yeah. There's like 6 of them. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I think after you hit the 3
good
hour
Lord. Anyway, but don't they know this is a dad tube stream now? After Shad left, we just turned into dad tube.
Hey, before you
but-
get back on your point, I'm totally gonna side rail you. You doing the text prompts. So when you said you were using Mid Journey,
Mhm.
are you creating images and then it's the image that people are writing from?
Yes, yes.
Right. Okay. Now I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. And so, have image text or image prompt for the short stories, have a text prompt for the
Art.
artists, and then maybe have like a short reading. And I could, what I would probably do is I would reach out to various indie authors and say, hey, can you send me a nice 200 to 300 word section of your book, please? And let some people do, well, maybe I don't know. I don't know I would have to time out what an appropriate length would be, but have people send in SoundCloud links for their readings of these various things. Because, like, really, what I want to do is I want to start this churn of creative people interacting with each other. Because I already see people like Daniel submitted a prompt or put something in for every prompt that I've had, and it's been really interesting. And it's kind of one of these things where I'm like, well, some of these prompts, like some of these submissions, I'm starting to think I have so many of them that it's almost inevitable that we're going to eventually turn it into an annual collection or a quarterly or something like that. But then other ones where there's so many of these stories, I'm like, well, they need to take their thing and put it into a
Thank you, Ram.
they're separate.
Good night, Ram. Have a
Good
good
night.
one.
Night, Ram.
But they just need to like, you should make a compendium of the chroniclers and everything else and turn them into, like, short stories and like a collection and things like that. But I want to try and really help people do that kind of thing. And if we can hook up artists and audiobooks and like get this, this whole thing gelling, then it's, instead of having like a single point of failure where somebody, like me, comes in and says, all right, we're going to create a central hub and everybody has to put an account here and yada, yada, yada. No, it's just a place to find people. You know what I mean? If the site went down for some reason, if I disappeared, somebody else could spin up another site and all these people would already know each other. So they'd find the new site pretty quickly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what I want, really. So I don't know. I'm excited. I'm definitely going to, I don't know if I'll have it up in time for November, but maybe December, probably January, because honestly, December is kind of a down month for almost everybody. So
that's not a lie at all. Swift Sword Rush for $5. Richard could always have a short reading for the prompt winner.
That's an excellent idea. We're gonna have 2 prompt winners, so that would take us, take care of us for at least 2 of those. And then if I didn't start it until January, I would have a total of, I guess, 8 ready to go. So that'd take us through the first 2 months of it, and by then it would probably have kind of a life of its own. So that's an excellent idea, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do long term with that sort of a system.
So yeah, I'm just gonna, I don't know, I'm spitballing it. By the time January rolls around, I'm hoping to have like a live version of the site. Royce was talking to me about setting up a locals, and I'm like, I set it up, but I haven't shielded it anywhere. And
what's your locals?
I think it's Iron Age Media. It's Iron Age _media at locals.
All right, hold on.
I need to check it. Hold on, let me check and figure out what my locals is.
I was like, hey guys, come on, chill your stuff, and people are just like,
I haven't set it up yet, but I went ahead and bought an ENS and a tag on Cardano so that I can do some crypto donations through that as well.
Yeah, well, it should be Iron Age something dot locals.
It's Iron Age _media.
Cardano, seriously?
Yes.
Haven't you learned yet?
Iron Age _
Nope, not yet.
Cardano, the test of patience.
It is a test of patience.
It's true.
All right.
I'm just bad at shilling my own work.
I was gonna say, man, yeah, You have cranked out such an enormous number of prompts. Like I really
I'm
wanna
trying to
see
win the prompt thing by sheer mass.
volume.
Yeah.
I almost think it kind of hurts because it's like looking at the voting. It's like, there's a couple different ones, and I've already decided that if there's a tie and the person has submitted another prompt, and like if each
Send
of
me
them
the
has
link in the
more
private
prompts,
chat,
it's
please.
total. Oh, I already sent. I stuck it in chat. It actually can't believe it allowed me to put it in chat. Is it really there? I'm actually stunned.
Are you a mod?
I don't think so.
He
Unless
shouldn't be. I didn't make him a mod.
I don't have a
can.
little wrench.
Oh
by my
wait,
name.
hey, that's a really good. Hey, thank you for that. I should probably make my co-host a fucking mod.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying.
I wasn't even
So,
thinking
Richard,
about that.
the only
We're-
way I
we're
can remember your
professionals.
name,
We know what we're doing.
we know exactly what we're doing. The only
Mhm.
way I can remember your name, Richard, is as long as I think fat guy in a little coat. That's
I've never
I
heard that
fucking-
before. Nobody's ever said that to me before.
Royce, your
I-
wife is straight emasculating you.
oh, I'm sure she is.
Oh shit.
Oh, dude, if you think this is bad, wait till you see her go after SJWs.
Yeah, nothing's there. You shouldn't. Don't subscribe to my locals yet. Well, I mean, you can. If you
No,
want
don't
to,
subscribe to his fucking local. Why are you anti-shilling for
but-
you?
Well, I don't have any content yet. I feel
I
bad.
don't have any content
I
yet,
tried
dude.
to. I tried to do an intro
You're
video.
on the channel. What
was
do you mean you
awful.
don't have content yet? You're here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
you
whole
You have a
nother level, Richard.
website.
I need to have like an exclusive. I'll get the app, and oh my lord, I didn't realize how late it was. Anyway, but
Oh yeah, no, we've been going for a while because we're
Geez,
all
this time
absolutely
flew.
insane.
3.5 hours from the
Yeah.
timer in the corner.
So Iron
Oh,
Age
yeah, I didn't
Media
see
doesn't
that.
have any content yet at all. He
Well,
there's no
you know.
content. I mean,
But
boy, no content.
I
at
mostly
all.
got suckers to write that for me. So
Yeah.
no content. No, none of the prom.
Um,
Oh, hey, what's that? No.
well,
Yeah,
I
no
promise
content.
I will.
All right. So Richard,
just-
hold on.
I'll post
Give
a
me
foot pic
just
tomorrow if that helps anything.
if just give me a second. Ladies and gentlemen, check out ironagemedia.locals.com in order to support this man in his ability to fight the mainstream media. His goal here is to promote the Iron Age creators through all forms, such as comics, novels, and other forms like visual media, which are coming out very soon. Make sure to join his prompts. Make sure to keep up with his posts. Make sure to support him over there so that way he can keep ironage.media growing forevermore. Thank you so much.
So are
Thank
you
you,
leaving
sir.
this on the screen so she doesn't say anything worse?
My wife knows she can say whatever she
And will, I'm sure.
She hasn't said anything worse yet, but she will. I don't give a damn.
I like her already.
Oh, dude. You gotta come over. You gotta come over when she makes when she decides to do gumbo day. Oh, dude, she makes a
Oh.
killer gumbo. Oh,
I love gumbo, but I can't eat
You-
shellfish anymore.
Tell
she
you what,
Does she
she
make you
can do a non-shellfish gumbo. She does, dude. She does this fucking killer catfish and chicken gumbo. Catfish, chicken, and sausage gumbo. Oh,
Is she from NOLA?
no, she is not. But I told her flat out. I was like, because she was like, oh, I want to learn how to cook food. I was like, baby, you need to find it whatever food you want to learn how to cook. Find some grandma from that culture and figure out how to. And my wife will call me. She goes, hey, baby, you're gonna love dinner. I'm like, why? She goes, I found this YouTube video. I don't have a fucking clue what language this old lady is speaking, but they put subtitles up, and dude, and it's killer. Well, I tell it because those are the ladies that always cook the best food, right?
Yeah.
You get the abuelitas from Mexico, the grandmas from Italy. Oh my god, you get those old Southern grandmas. Oh, the ones that will whoop your ass if you're in their kitchen while they're trying to cook. Oh, and it's the best food on the planet.
Oh, that's so funny. I used to live in a house here in San Diego. It was a duplex, right? So the apartment on the middle was exactly the same as the apartment on top, and it was built by this Italian family because in the basement there was one little studio apartment, but what it originally was the kitchen where the grandmother stayed all day long cooking.
Wow.
Dude. Dude. All right. So my wife, Richard, who's your favorite little rascal?
So
Alfalfa or Spanky?
the funny thing about that is that
Don't.
no,
Darla.
I have not really seen that movie.
He
I
did it.
know. I
He
know.
did it. Really?
Sorry. My parents even like there was one of the families of not those two, but one of the like side characters. Like my parents knew them, and I apparently met the kid at the time. I was a little bit older, but I don't know. I think I might have seen it, but it's been so long. I have like no memory. I just remember that there is one named Alfalfa.
You're talking about the movie from like the 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's as
was
far
it
back
80s
as
or
it goes
early
for him.
90s?
No,
That's
I guess
your
I was. I
reference
guess
for
I was
Little
older.
Rascals?
He was older. I don't know.
Little Rascals was
It's
early
from the-
90s, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck, we're dating the fuck out of ourselves. All of us are going, shit, how old am
All
I
I'm
right now?
thinking about is the old show.
Yeah.
I just remember.
Well, it was a movie, wasn't it? I thought it was a movie.
No, it was a movie too.
Okay.
That's what my wife
Yeah.
is referencing.
There was a movie. There's a remake of of the old
94.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
is this
shit.
really the only Little Rascals you guys are familiar with? This is the Little Rascals.
Good grief.
Oh shit.
Oh,
That's
the
right.
Little
That's
Rascals.
Oh
right.
my gosh, you are all children.
we were like,
That's
oh, we're
my
dating
baby.
ourselves, and then
Spanky,
we're accidentally roasting
Alfalfa.
Mike over here.
Oh, I'm good with it. Mike's been
This
roasting
is what
me all
I
night.
grew up
Fuck Mike.
watching. Reruns
love-
of the Little Rascals and
Same here.
Three Stooges and
Okay, that's
So
funny.
my children, so we have the like the Pluto TV or whatever the fuck the free thing is on the Roku TV.
Mhm.
My children love the original Addams Family.
Yep.
It's still in black and white. Oh my god,
Mhm.
dude! I just sit there, dude. I will,
Da-na-na-na.
dude. Na-na-na-na.
Mhm.
Oh, I love it. That and the Andy Griffith Show I could watch all day. Oh man, I
I
love
was devastated to learn that Andy Griffith was a freaking communist.
Unfortunate, but yeah.
what?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Yes.
are you fucking serious?
Yes.
Mhm.
Fuck no! Why are you
I know.
doing that
Doesn't
to
it just
me?
ruin your whole childhood?
Yeah,
Like,
it's so sad.
Are you Andy Griffith is a fucking commie?
Oh man, yeah,
You
it's
can go to
sad.
bed, buddy.
don't use that word, son.
They
By the way,
Use
no more
commie.
Andy
my
Griffith.
my
Not the other
my
one.
wife and I have rules about certain words, and certain words are allowed to be said at home, and certain words are not allowed to be said in the outside world because words are word, and unless you're using them in a hateful connotation, words are just words.
You know what else is just words?
What?
The Constitution.
Mm.
We're taking a turn. We're taking a turn here.
Look at those.
Well,
Look at
hold
those
on.
faces.
No, wait, hold on. This way. There we go.
I just did that crane kick.
Yeah, I'm just like trying to figure out which way I'm actually going here based on the We're taking a turn.
feel
No,
like Johnny
I hear you. Are you are you familiar with Michael Malice at all?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah.
He contacted me once to do his comic book, but
Oh.
then I quit Twitter and I haven't reconnected with him, and I don't
Oh,
have time
man.
anyways.
He has a comic book? I had no idea.
He was going to do a comic book. He was talking about it on Tim Pool, and
Yeah.
and we were already connected on Twitter. So
Oh man.
I remember that actually. I don't know if he ever said that he contacted you at all, but I do remember that. No,
I might have contacted him. Whatever, we were already contacted.
either
we
way.
were already connected.
Yeah. No, and no, it's funny you say because I get into the whole like, I love what the Constitution stands for. Hell, I have the first page of the Constitution and the Declaration hanging up in my living room. But also I recognize that, it being words, that is just a philosophy. And it's, it goes back to Nietzsche and what he was describing when he said, God is dead. and who are we but the most murderous murderers of all? There is, and
Wasn't Nietzsche a nihilist?
technically the father of nihilism.
That who you
Although
almost
that the nihilism colloquially hadn't been termed yet, but most people off of the readings, but Nietzsche's point was when he said that God was dead, he wasn't saying God was dead. He was an atheist. He was saying in that the idea of the morality that we follow is not being followed, and thusly by us constantly violating this thing that we say is morality, we have murdered God in society. So God is dead, and we have killed him. And who are we but the most murderous murderers of all, right? We're the one. If God is dead, it's only because we in society stopped paying attention to him and have killed him in our society, which was his point. Not because he was some greatly religious man or anything of that nature, but if the Constitution is just words on a paper, it's only because those people believe that those ideals are simply just words on a paper.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I don't know if you took my meaning when I said that.
I don't know if I did either. I have not read the ABV on any of these beers that I've had this evening, and I'm starting to wonder if I should.
I mean, I'm a free speech absolutist. People can say or talk however they want to, but I'm a Christian, and I believe that the Bible speaks against using I don't want to quote scripture, but essentially just out of the mouth flows the overflow of the heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so
thank you so much, James Esperanza.
If you're speaking in terms and you're trying to reflect Christ in your life, and again, I don't know what the religious faith or your personal relationship with God is, or anybody here. I'm just saying for me,
Catholic, yeah.
I try to reflect Christ as much as I possibly can. I fail miserably, constantly. I'm sure I've done on this show. But it's one of the things. So when I was raised agnostic, and so when I became a Christian, because I understood, I don't want to go through the whole thing, but I came to the point of understanding that the Bible is written from outside of time and space, and it was either written by God or it was written by time-traveling space aliens determined to fool the world. And so I went with the God one. And that was actually when I decided to read the Bible. I was researching claims, right? The Bible claims this, the Bible claims that. It was like all the arguments that every atheist you've ever heard said, this is the claim, this is blah, 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 blah. How can you believe this? How can you believe this? How can we? And I went through all that stuff to come to that conclusion. And then I read the Bible. And as I started going through the Bible, there were little things in there, little rules, little things that I'm like, oh, okay, I can't get drunk anymore. Oh, okay, I can't fornicate anymore. Oh, okay, I can't do this. Okay. Oh, and I got to a point, and I don't remember where it was, about using essentially foul language. And I was like, that's going to be the hardest one to break. Because the F word was literally like, I grew up in San Jose. It was just every other word. And so it took me probably 3 years to really stop swearing. It was a really long process. But yeah, that's why you do whatever you want. I'm just saying it's
no.
Words.
No. And
words are words, but words are what move the world.
And and that's why I said earlier, language is upstream of culture.
Well,
because of what you just said.
Yeah. Well, and I also think that there's definitely, when the culture and the language align, let's say, so like the words align, there's like a great deal of meaning and value there. the thing is that if you have a misalignment between those two things, which is what I think we have right now,
Yeah.
then it doesn't, if you don't have the culture to back up those words,
Mhm.
then it doesn't mean anything,
Benjamin Franklin.
And so, that's why I think you're seeing such a energy here, is because, the Iron Age, at least the ethos, as like Razorfist described it, is that the ethos is there. Like, people still want to return to good storytelling, to return to, at least, maybe not everybody's going to be like wholesome family values all the time, but at least return to some kind of semblance of rationality and more traditional values, even if those are maybe not the best that we might just like determine as, like, say, Christians or something.
Well, but anything better than what we have now.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
better.
It's like the current culture is just anti-human
Okay.
in a lot of ways.
So
It's anti-family. It's anti all sorts of things.
If I may inject something kind of very personal, so my wife, who you've seen roast me multiple times this evening, has been very involved in the pro-life movement for many years, and
Awesome.
on several occasions she has gotten paid to go and speak at certain events. My wife is an atheist. I am a traditional Catholic. My wife will go hard at people who try to go against Catholicism on Twitter. How do I say this? It's not that necessarily people have to believe in traditional values, right? It's not that they have to be Christian. It's that people have to see what's happening now and just stop and go, I'm not going to go that way, and just start walking in the opposite direction. My wife and I, we came from very different directions, but now we see our children, what the world is laying in front of them, and we just, nope, let's go this way.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter about Christian. It doesn't matter about atheist to a certain extent. The values are there. God will put those values in good people, no matter the moniker they decide to place upon themselves. God will put those values in people. And we have to instinctually act upon those. Actually, here is my lovely wife right now. My dad was a dirty commie. I got lucky and got out.
Nice.
Her father is no longer a part of our life, in all seriousness.
Yeah.
He went full SJW, straight off the deep end. Like the worst of the worst people that you can imagine on Twitter. My father-in-law just dove right into it.
Yeah,
and we were like, it's not just about the idea that it's Christian or not Christian or this, that. It's what I talked about. We can all run in the same direction. If we don't like where we're at, we can all run. We may all have different finish lines, but we can all start running in the same direction. And some of us may stop before the others do, but we can all do that. And that helps the entirety of society, in my personal opinion.
Sure. I want to poke at Richard a little bit, and it's something I see that a lot of people do commonly, since we're talking about words themselves. Said misuse language. Misuse implies that it was an accident. It wasn't intentional. The things that the words are corrupted with intent. So misuse doesn't fit. It's intentionally distorted.
Yeah. No, I would agree with you there. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
And, I actually think that I was talking about the importance of linguistics and things like that, because I had somebody talking to me about parallel economies earlier today. And they were saying, I want to be involved with creating a parallel economy and everything else. And I'm like, I'm not saying that that's not good, but I almost don't want to even frame it that way. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to say alternative media and the mainstream media. I want to say legacy media and new media. You know, I want to have like the legacy, payment system, like the old banking and new banking, and I think that one of the things we're going to need to do as part of this, if we want to win, is play a little bit of these games, or at least be very savvy about how they're played, and make sure that we don't get flanked again with some of these language games.
There is a way to play their games, but morally.
Oh,
they have
certainly.
not been playing their games morally. There is a way to do it morally. And I think the further that they go off the deep end, the more strident we have to be and just say, nope, I'm not moving. And the more that they flip out, people go, well, wait a minute, that guy's calm, cool, and and collected, and you're spazzing out. I don't want to be next to you. So
Me? No, I'm sorry. I was looking at my neck popped and I was looking at something in chat. No, no, I was saying Sword Rush said it can actually be accident through utter ignorance. And I think that there's a certain degree to that, which is why it's important to call it out when we see it and be intentional about it, like Daniel was saying.
Yep.
And he also recommended Politics in the English Language by George Orwell, which I'm not actually familiar with, and I'll have to check that out.
Most people only know George Orwell for 1984. Let's be honest. What
was the other?
I'm not a scholar, guys. I'm a construction worker. I just happen to listen to a lot of smarter people than me.
Animal Farms would I go to?
Well, Animal. I know of Animal Farm. Jeff Potts, the minute you kneel to these people is the minute you will never get up off the ground. Yeah,
absolutely.
Because in my personal view, the only thing that you should kneel for is God, because God is above man. No man should ever kneel for another man. Period. That's not a thing. You don't worship humans. All of us are the same. If my memory recalls correctly, God spit upon the earth, and from and from his saliva and the earth he created man. The only thing that you bow down to is something greater than you. And guess what? Flesh and blood ain't greater than you, because you're flesh and blood. But yeah.
I saw the shout out to Akira the Dawn. I'm a meaning wave reprogrammer myself, James. Also, Mike, I don't know how, but I didn't notice your shirt until just now. I didn't actually read what it had to say, but that's an awesome shirt.
He stood up earlier and showed it when I said "fuck the government."
I don't know how. I was
Richard's paying more attention.
I was looking at you whenever you were saying that, I guess.
Dude, I am literally many beers in at this point, because I had beers before you guys got here.
My observational skills apparently are like, I need to raise my perception stat a bit, I guess. I don't know.
Dude, your observational skills are less than an alcoholic's. Get good scrub. I'm just watching people materialize in and out of the background.
Yep.
Yeah. The first time that happened, I was like, and then like the second or third, oh, it's a green screen, I guess.
Yeah. It's a good green. It's a damn good green screen. It's actually a really.
I have a giant green screen against my back wall, and
you paid some high dollar money for it though, because it's really good. Like no, it doesn't.
My son bought it for me for Christmas one year.
Oh,
so
good job.
Couldn't have been that expensive.
I just started
get green sheets and just hang them. Whatever. You don't have to.
They've got to be a certain color though. It gets a little rough if you don't have the right color of green. So
fireplace motif.
Kind of talking about this whole thing, and I know it's not got nothing to do with comics or media or anything, but I don't know. I had this sort of a concept I was trying to formulate out in my mind. I never really completely fleshed it out, but it was like we live in this valley, right? And the valley is carved by the river of Christianity, right? And sure, there's plenty of people who aren't in that river, who are not taking, dipping their toes in the water. And there's plenty of room in the valley for everybody to walk alongside the river, to enjoy the trees, to enjoy everything. But then you get up to the top of that hill and you see essentially the entirety of the left, right? And once you go over that hill, it's like you can't even see the valley anymore, right?
Mhm.
And it's in, you have to consider that most, what would just say it out, even Bible believing Orthodox Christians are in that river, right? Bible believing Orthodox Jews are in that river. People, the closer you are to believing the scriptures are true, the deeper you are in that river. And all of the freedoms and all of the truth that everyone is living in that valley, the source of it is that river. And you can tell just by the statistics. Again, it's if you're a Bible believing person and you're over on the other side of the hill, it's because of some other stupid thing. Like I know this family of Seventh-day Adventists, and they are as conservative as the day is long. And I was talking to them one year about voting and stuff, and they're like, yeah, we're voting for Kerry. And I'm like, what? And I'm saying, why are you voting for Kerry? And they said, because we're black. And I'm like, okay, so there's some people, actually, they're in the freaking valley. They're just voting for the freaking people on the other side of the hill, right? So to me, it's like, I'd love if everybody got in the river with me and, everybody else, but just appreciate that the guys that wrote the Constitution that gave you all those freedoms, 98% of them were in that river.
May I make a correction?
What?
The guys who wrote the Constitution did not give us our freedoms. They recognized that we had them as our birthright.
They recognized it because they were in the river.
Exactly. But they didn't. I just wanted to make that correction. They didn't give us our rights.
Right.
Our rights were not granted to us by the 57 founding
The
fathers.
river gave us the rights.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And that's hugely important. And one of the things that so many people do not understand, and it's this BS argument that I see so much. People say, "Oh, well, people with freedom just go out and they do this, then they do heinous acts and this." I'm like, no, stop. You do not understand the meaning of freedom or liberty, right? Or just whichever word you're going to use, because people use them interchangeably now. And they go, well, what do you mean? Freedom and liberty mean that there is just enough rule. There is just enough, in your life that says you can or can't do this thing to make sure you can walk outside your door and not get beat to death, right? You can live and breathe. You can go out and get water. You can go out and make money. The rule of freedom is not that you can go out and do whatever you want, but it is that you can walk outside your door and be free from the interference of others to cause harm to you, to stop you from doing what you would like to do.
Natural rights.
And so many people get it wrong. And you're right, natural rights. So I don't understand why people don't understand this.
Well, people are taught wrong. That's why they don't get it.
Well,
I mean, that's
They go to
the
public
fundamental problem.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey guys, I I'm enjoying this, but I think my wife issued like a formal declaration that I need to
It's only
Yeah,
4
wrap
hours.
it up.
Yeah, we're just shy of the 4 hour
it's
mark.
it's only midnight.
All right. So let's
But-
wrap up here. I'm going to do this first. My wife is making fun of me again. Runner is my Runner Airsoft channel that I did for 4 years. Runner having an OnlyFans, but it's just him reading the Constitution in a 90s sipping scotch. Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Better than a lot
All
of the
right.
content on there, right?
All right. So who would like to say their outros first?
Just gonna say,
Wow,
I'll
you
go.
bunch of bitches.
Mike-
Rich, go.
oh,
Yeah,
okay, all right, all right. IronAge.media, check it out. We have new articles Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, and prompts for short stories currently, and that'll be expanding soon. That'll be on Wednesday, and news and short story voting and that kind of thing on Friday, as well as this. Look forward to seeing you all again.
Awesome. Daniel, I am going to give you the next word because you have been the most quiet tonight.
Oh, I've just been cracking jokes. That's all.
There you go.
Having a good time with it. Yeah. You can find me on Twitter at Mr. DP Riley. If you're looking for coaching on getting started with writing that book you want to write, whimsyland.org is my website. It's also
Should be
where
in the
you
link
can
in the
find my
description.
books. Yep. And if you use Discord and are interested as an aspiring or even a current writer, I have a Discord group called Laureate. The link is in my Twitter bio. So you can join that. It's open to anyone with the link and get involved with the book club. That's what I mean. One of the things that we do every month is one of us submits something that we've written for everyone in the group to read, get some reviews going, get some critiques going. Hi, Rose.
That's my wife. That's my wife. She got an idea. I'll get her in contact with you. Go on.
Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. I'm terrible at chilling my own stuff, so
It's all right. All right. Mike S. Miller, because you have to say it appropriately, right?
Yeah, I use the S, and I've done it since I was okay. I used the S when I was a kid because I hated the way my name, it's all up and down.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right?
especially if you write in cursive. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted a signature where I could have some, and my middle name's Stanley. I know. So like the power drill. Anyways, so I throw that S in there and the R, and then right.
So that's how I write.
cursive, like we all used to.
Yep.
It was drilled into me when I was a kid. I can't
Yep.
write any other way.
And I write like a comic book, all capital letters, unless I'm writing.
So you write like you're yelling at people on Twitter?
yeah, totally.
Like,
Caps
I
lock,
like-
man.
you're just like, hey, dude, I love your content. Dude, why are you all caps?
So, anyways, that's why the S is in there initially, and
Sorry.
also because if you ever go, okay, back in the day, I'd go to Blockbuster and they'd say, "What's your name?" and I'd say Mike Miller, and they'd be like, and they'd start scrolling, and because there's like 40,000 Mike
Yeah.
Millers in the system. So,
Oh, shit.
anyways,
Makes sense.
defund the IRS. Government sucks. What else do you want from me? Shadow of the
I don't know.
Conqueror. I don't really have to promote Shadow of the Conqueror. Shad does that.
Yeah.
My love, do you want to say hi? No.
My wife never comes on camera.
No, she poked her face in once, like a few live streams ago.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
There we go.
Hey.
So this arm, this is the constellation of the stars that was over top of us the night that we started dating.
How romantic.
Yes, I know how romantic. It's because
What
my
did
wife
you
was
do?
off. I kissed her in the rain.
No, I mean, she tattooed it on her body. What did you do?
Yeah.
Gave her babies.
Whoa.
What do you mean? What did I do?
What was your romantic overture to?
I
equal
gave
that?
her babies. That was
Oh
my
my
romantic overture.
You gave me 5 minutes.
Man.
It took her longer to get that tattoo than it took you to make 5 kids.
Yeah, who's the winner in this one?
Oh man.
All right. Well, I guess we're calling it a wrap for the night, guys. Ladies and
Ended on a
gentlemen,
high
thank you
note.
so much for checking out A Drink with Crazy. I want you all to go check out the absolutely amazing guests that we have had on the show tonight. Shadiversity, you should be able to find him easy. Mark S. Miller, you should be able to find him. Mike S. Miller. Ooh, wow. All right, hey, I just realized I'm drunk. Mike S. Miller. Why did I say
Blame it on the booze.
Oh no.
Rage quit.
We lost him. An auspicious end.
I'm mad at me for that one.
Episode 1.
Yeah.
No.
But go check out everybody as much as you can. Check out ironage.media. Check out Daniel P. Riley. Links are in the description. I appreciate all of you. And we will see you all next time right here on A Drink with Crazy. I have to find the buttons because everything got hidden from me. I do not know why. There it is.
Get back to the outro. Nice.
I'm good with it.
Now you can play Twitter.
I'm a jackass. I can't believe I did that.
Perfect ending. Perfect ending to the first episode there.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mike, I'm sorry. You've been so awesome, and I
You can
called you
take that
Mark.
off.
I don't, it's cool. I called JDA Jason for like 2 weeks. I kept calling him Jason. I could not call him Jason. His name's John, but I was like, no, he's Jason.
Yeah.
Dude, I got 4 kids. You have any idea how many times I shouted at a kid and it's not their name?
Oh, I do that I do that.
Oh.
I do that. Elijah, Eden, Isaac, Micah.
Yeah,
It's like,
you heard
that all
that
the time.
around my house every 5 minutes when I was growing up because that would be the sound that come from my father. You.
Well, whichever one that got grabbed by the scruff of the shirt, that was
Yeah.
the one. That's yep.
Whichever one is in my eye line currently.
all right,
Are
good
you
times,
in the
guys.
living room? I'm mad at you right now.
Great to meet you, Mike.
I'll see you.
Yeah, you guys have a
Right.
good night.
Have a
All
good
right.
night, everybody. Thank you so much for watching A Drink with Crazy.
Oh, I thought it was over. Oh, no.
Oh, really?
Oh no, we're still broadcasting. You guys
The
done
logo of
goofed.
us being
Okay.
idiots.
That was all live. All right, guys. The
literally
wife
said
tells me I
live
gotta
in the
go.
corner.
Have a good one.